Okay, we're going to come to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the July the 14th, 2015 convening of the Board of the Baltimore City Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals. And before we get underway, a few housekeeping matters. First, if you have a cell phone, a pager, anything that makes any kind of audible electronic sound, anything that plays a ringtone, anything that chimes, beeps, and the like, we ask at a minimum that you please turn those to a vibrate only, if not off position. Similarly, if you need to have a conversation with your neighbor, we ask that you please take that conversation out the double doors to your rear. And the reason for those rules is kind of simple. You'll note that there are a number of microphones arrayed around us up here, and those microphones are all very sensitive. They're not only for the purpose of amplification, but they're also for the purpose of recording these proceedings. And cell phones and the like going off, conversations in the gallery, voices talking, interferes with not just the general conduct of these proceedings, but also the recording of these proceedings. As well, those of you who are forward of the wall can turn around and see that there are 3 video cameras mounted on the wall behind you, and there are 2 video cameras that are mounted on the wall up here behind us. And the reason for that is these proceedings are being recorded for broadcast on the city's cable access channel, and conversations, cell phone, and the like going off disturb that process as well. We will be voting at the end of the day, and you're certainly more than welcome to stick around and enjoy a civics lesson if you so choose. But if you've got other plans for this afternoon, or you just want to get out before the rain comes, that's certainly understandable. If you take out pen and paper, I can read off the number for the zoning board office. Then you can call in the morning and find out how we ruled. And I'll read this number off a couple of times. The number for the zoning board office is 410-396-4301. Again, that's 410-396-4301. You will, however, need to wait until you receive the formal written notice of the outcome of your case. That should be forthcoming in about 3 to 4 weeks before you can get your permit. And we certainly urge you to please not build in the city of Baltimore without first obtaining proper permits. If you've not already done so, if you are here in opposition to any case that we're going to be hearing today, we ask that you please sign in on the sign-in sheet that's being held up there by by Mr. French. The sign-in sheet allows us not only to know generally which cases have opposition, but also allows us to know who needs to receive copies of those aforementioned written notices I just talked about. So please, if you're here in opposition to any case, please make sure that you signed in so that we know that you're here. Also, if your case gets postponed, we need to know where to contact you to let you know when your case will be going forward in case it is not being heard today. The procedure for when we call our cases is the appellant will come forward. They'll stand to my left or your right. The opposition, if any, will stand to my right or your left. Once everyone is up here, we'll get you all sworn in, and we'll first begin with the appellant, who'll be given the opportunity to tell us their side of things, what the case is about, what it is they're proposing, respond to any questions from the board, introduce any evidence or testimony into the record, and what have you. Once the appellant is done with their presentation, we'll then turn to the opposition, who'll be given the opportunity to tell us their side of things and introduce their witnesses and whatever evidence they would like to offer in opposition. And then finally, we will turn back to the appellant, who will be given the opportunity to respond to any points brought up by their opposition and to offer a closing statement. We won't be going back and forth and unnecessarily delaying things further into the afternoon than is necessary. We will generally be calling the cases as they appear on our docket after we first deal with some housekeeping matters. First, we have a couple of cases which are being postponed. 2015-226, 2847 through 51, Huntington Avenue. That case has been postponed and will not be heard today. And do we have anyone here? 2015-203, 1017 East Patapsco Avenue, Amanda Bahari. Okay, and we received word on that one that one is being postponed today as well. So neither of those cases will be going forward today. If you're here in connection to either of those cases, just make sure that you're signed in on a signing sheet so we can let you know when those cases will be going forward, but they will not be going forward today. The next cases which we'll be hearing are cases which are on our consent agenda. And our consent agenda consists of cases where the zoning board staff has reviewed these files and we have determined that there is sufficient information to approve these appeals as filed. I'll call all the consent cases together as a group, and then once everyone is up here, we'll get you all sworn in, and then we'll deal with each case in turn. I guess the first case on the consent agenda the person will line up here, and then the others will line up down the dais behind them. First case is 2015-194, 351 through 33 South Whittier Street, Thomas Freeman. And the next case will be 2015-211, 1111 Dundalk Avenue, Verizon Wireless, care of Michael Weiland. Next will be 2015-214, 1710 Johnson Street, Vinayak Cezana. And after that will be 2015-223, 612 Cathedral Street, Pro Hospitality LLC. And then 2015-224, 2500 West North Avenue, Verizon Wireless, care of Joseph Galindo. And last, 2015-225, 4426 Renwood Avenue, Napoleon McGill. Okay. If you gentlemen can all raise your hands and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
The first case on the consent agenda is 2015-194, 351 through 33 South Whittier Street, Thomas Freeman. Afternoon, sir. You Mr. Freeman?
Yes, I am.
All right, and Mr. Freeman, we have this as an application to use the premises for a multi-purpose neighborhood center, health education and screenings, computer classes, social services, meetings and education, offices, and community outreach. It's for the purpose of all of those uses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And Mr. French, do you have anything for the planning department?
Thank you. Martin French with the Baltimore City Planning Department. The Department of Planning recommends approval of this appeal, subject to the applicant requesting a curb cut on Carey Street to allow off-street parking in the rear area of the property. That is the official statement of the department. However, the department also notes that Carey Street is a major street and the curb cut might not be allowed in this situation. The department staff has spoken with the applicant and we are amenable to basically permitting this use without the requirement for off-street parking.
Okay. And Mr. Freeman, are those conditions stated by the planning department acceptable to you?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, and do you have anything further you would like to add to supplement the record in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. The zoning board staff, having reviewed your application, we determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you
very
very
much. Good
much.
luck. All right. next one. Do we have anyone for 2015-211, 1111 Dundalk Avenue, Verizon Wireless, care of Michael Weiland? Okay. Turning to the next one. 2015-214, 1710 Johnson Street, Viniac, Saxena. Saxena. Thank you for correcting me there. All right, Mr. Saxena, we have this as an application to construct a two-story rear addition with second floor rear and rooftop deck. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. French, anything from the planning department?
Planning department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Saxena, was there anything further you would like to add to supplement the record in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed your appeal, we've determined that there is sufficient information to review your appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, 2015-223, 612 Cathedral Street, Pro Hospitality LLC.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in your name, sir?
Kieron Ford,
Can you spell that first name?
Keiron, last name Ford, F-O-R-D-E.
Okay. And Mr. Ford, we have this as an application to use the West Monument Street side for sided premises for outdoor table service as accessory to restaurant, as accessory to hotel. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. French, anything for the planning department?
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that there is a sidewalk which can provide the space for this particular proposed use. However, the department does not believe that the specific number of tables and seats requested can be accommodated within the dimensions provided for the length of the space alongside the building. Therefore, the department recommends approval of this appeal subject to these conditions. A minimum of 6 feet of the sidewalk must remain clear and unobstructed for pedestrian use. The capacity of the outdoor seating area will be not more than 6 tables and 24 patrons. The tables will be limited to those that can seat 4 patrons and are to be kept against the wall of the building. There will be no outdoor bar, outdoor music, jukebox, or other form of entertainment, and all patrons must be seated for dining and served by waitstaff. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Ford, are those conditions stated by the planning department acceptable to you?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And was there anything further you would like to add to supplement the record in this case?
No, sir.
All right. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed the application, we determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you. Good luck. Next, 2015-224, 2500 West North Avenue, Verizon Wireless, care of Joseph Galindo. Good afternoon. Afternoon, Mr. Galindo. We have this as an application to install a telecommunications facility consisting of 12 antennas and equipment onto the rooftop with an on-grade generator of university campus building. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. French for the planning department.
Thank you. Department of Planning reviewed the application and recommends approval of this appeal subject to these conditions. The antennas and related equipment must be painted to match the building to ensure they are visually unobtrusive. The panel antennas and related equipment will remain mounted as illustrated in the plans and elevations submitted to planning, and the applicant will adequately mitigate any adverse effect as specified in the report of the Historical and Architectural Preservation Division of the Department of Planning in accordance with that report's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. French. And Mr. Galindo, are those conditions stated by the planning department acceptable to you?
Yes, sir.
And was there anything further you would like to add to supplement the record?
No, sir.
All right, zoning board staff, having previously reviewed the application, determined that there's sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thank you.
Thanks. And lastly, 2015-225, 4426 Renwood Avenue, Napoleon McGill.
Yes, sir.
Afternoon, Mr. McGill. We have this as an application to store a boat with trailer in the side yard. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. French, anything for the planning department?
Thank you. The Department of Planning recommends approval of this appeal, subject to compliance by the applicant with the requirements of Section 14-306 of the zoning code, which relate to the storage of boats and boat trailers. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, those conditions are, at no time will the equipment be used for living or housekeeping purposes. The equipment will not have fixed connections to electricity, water, gas, or sanitary sewer facilities, except only as specified in subsection B of this article, which we can get to. If the equipment is parked or stored outside of a garage, it will be parked or stored to the rear of the front building line of the lot and located at least 3 feet from the side or rear lot lines. Basically, it has to be behind the front building line or 3 feet from the side or the rear property line. The equipment will be kept in good repair and carry a current year's license and registration. And the parking or storage is not of an unoccupied mobile home, being a movable or portable dwelling constructed to be towed on its own chassis or connected to facilities and designed without a permanent foundation for year-round living, which is specifically prohibited. Okay. Are all those acceptable to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was there anything further you would like to add to some of the
No,
record?
sir.
Okay. Zoning board staff, having previously reviewed the application, determined that there is sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good. Is there anything you need from me? Okay, thank you.
All right. Next, we will turn to the cases, I guess, on the remainder of our docket. And those cases include cases for which opposition is signed in. Frequently, we found that that opposition is frequently can be the cause of either a lack of communication or miscommunication between the parties, and it can be useful to offer the parties an opportunity to have a dialogue for the applicant to explain the true nature of what's being sought, for the opposition to ask any questions and get any assurances that they are seeking from the applicant, and the like. And basically to allow the parties an opportunity to settle their differences between them. Obviously, if two opposing sides of an issue come to the board and ask the board to resolve the dispute between them, one of those parties is bound to go away displeased with the result, and this is your opportunity to avoid that unhappy fate. I'll read off the cases where opposition is signed in. You can just stand where you are, and we'll ask the parties if there's been an opportunity to have a dialogue or if they would like to have one. And if they would, you can just simply step out the double doors to your rear and then let us know when you're ready to proceed. You're certainly not required to take the opportunity to speak with one another, but we certainly do recommend and encourage it. First case we've got opposition, which is signed in as 2015-115, 4001 Groveland Avenue. Okay. You signed in favor. Okay, great. And was there anyone who had signed in opposition? No? Okay, just have a seat. We'll get you in a minute. 2015-145, 411 East Patapsco Avenue. Okay. And have you folks, I guess is one of you the applicant? Okay. Would you like to have an opportunity to speak?
I think it's a moot point. I respectfully decline since this is going to be approved anyway.
Well,
I shouldn't have said that, sorry.
Well,
Mr. Chair, first.
I think that
We haven't had the hearing yet.
Yeah, yes,
Well,
and
no, I'm not.
the applicant is sort of looking confused. I think that they would like to speak with you to try to see if they can work out some accommodation. It might be useful.
Well, the only thing is I hate to lose my spot in line because we're the second one on. Is this going to hold me up and I'm going to be stuck at the end?
No, we'll get to you as soon as we can. Once you come back in, we'll
Okay.
just let us know when you're ready to go forward. 2015-163, 24 East Madison Street. No one's here in opposition to that? Okay. And would you folks like to have a discussion?
They met on 2 occasions already, more now from the belly, I don't think it's fruitful.
Okay, have a seat. We'll call you in turn. 2015-209, 511 South Caroline Street. Okay. And have you folks had an opportunity to speak?
We've had a chance to speak on a couple different occasions. I think the folks that signed in for and against, there's questions, but not necessarily strenuous opposition. Strenuous opposition. I don't think it's sort of
I don't think there's anything we can change at this point. I don't know. I haven't spoken with them personally. But,
Would you like to? We'll just find out where one another are.
they seem pretty stern on these plans. I guess we have to just, I'd like to hear, I don't know what the plans exactly are. They keep changing without any proper posting. So I think I need to hear what they have to say first, and then we're going to hear what's recorded online. That's what-
Would you like to try to explain it to her, or?
Sure.
Okay, just let us know when you're ready to go forward. It's gonna take us a little while to get to you anyway, but we'll get to you. You can have a seat. 2015-215, 1214 Union Avenue. Okay. And have you folks had an opportunity to speak?
Yes.
Yes? Would you, any prospect of getting something accomplished with further dialogue?
Unless they're willing to take postponement today, I don't think so.
So, we've already, we're able to address, we've had meetings have been had by the plant designer and the property owner, the community association, and have spoken with various members of the community, so the request for postponement does not seem to be apparent.
Okay, have a seat. 2015-217, 4660 through 62 York Road. Okay. And have you folks had an opportunity to speak? No? Would you like to have one? Okay. Just let us know when you're ready to go forward. You're a little ways down in the list. And 2015-220, 6009, 6011, 6013, and 6017 Park Heights Avenue.
The gentleman that's signed to a call, they are speaking in the hall as we speak.
Okay.
So they need to.
Okay. Would you folks like to speak to the applicant, or?
No. The developer is in the back corner.
Oh.
With the-
Oh, gotcha.
So they're doing more than there.
If I find it,
Ah, great. Okay. All right. You can have a seat. And 2015-228, 317 through 319 Park Avenue.
where did you get
Okay.
it?
And you.
We're asking for a postponement because the building was not posted. We've made some phone calls to the applicant,
Mhm.
will not return. And since the downtown partnership represents 1,400 property owners, our dialogue here is not going to be enough. We're going to have a community meeting.
Okay. Sir, are you the applicant? Okay. I guess the community association's asking for a postponement. What do you want to do? I'm sorry? Okay. So we will mark that down as postponed, and then once you guys can, I guess, work out whatever resolution you need to, you can move forward then. But I guess also with the issue of the posting, which we haven't heard yet, but that may well be a reason why we would not be able to go forward today in any event. So while you are having your dialogue, make sure that the property is properly posted for the next hearing, and you can just call in the zoning board staff once you're ready to go forward, and they'll get you on the schedule. And as I said, just make sure that the property is properly posted before that hearing, and then we'll go forward at that time. Okay? All right. And 2015-228, 317 through 19 Park Avenue is postponed. Okay, first case, 2015-115, 4001 Groveland Avenue, Leon Bridges.
Good afternoon.
And you're Mr. Bridges?
Yes,
Okay, Mr. Bridges, we have this as an application to construct a one-story education building, is that correct?
yes, sir.
All right. If all those giving testimony can raise their hands and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, do we have staff reports?
Yes. We have a letter from Councilwoman Sharon Middleton. She writes that the applicant has not shared this project with the community or her.
It is my hopes that the board would advise him that prior to moving forward with the zoning request that he should meet with the association, the president of the association, and that his outreach efforts to the community would demonstrate a measure of good citizenship. I, along with many concerned stakeholders in the community, would ask that you not approve the request, as the community has not had an opportunity to hear from the applicant and consider the impact of his zoning request will have on the community. Does planning have a report?
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bridges, there seems to be a request, at least from the councilwoman's office, on behalf of the community to postpone this. There's no one who's here in opposition, but they have lodged that request. The decision to postpone is up to you. So at this point, would you like to postpone, or would you like to continue?
Mr. Chairperson, I'm the architect, and Mr. Daniel here is representing the owner.
Okay.
And it's my understanding that the owner has been in contact with the community, and I'd like for you to speak to that.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Irvin McDaniel. I'm a district trustee.
Okay.
And I'm heading up the focus thing. We met with the planning department back this in early February, March of this year.
Mm-hmm.
They gave us 3 community associations to contact. We contacted 3, Garrison Hills, Dolefield, and Arlington. West Arlington is where the church is located. The Dolefield Community Association said they did not need to meet with us because we were too far away. We met with the West Arlington Community Association on April 6, 2015. Excuse me, I'm sorry. We met with the Garrison Hills Community Association on April 6, 2014 at 6 o'clock. And they supported the project, and they said that they didn't have any concerns. At that meeting, the councilperson aide was there. We gave them the information that we presented to the church. He's told us if the councilman had any concerns, she would contact us. She never did. Okay, that's one issue. The second issue is the West Arlington Community Association. My pastor called the president, Dr. Griffin, and talked to him. Dr. Griffin stated that he wanted to see plans before you do anything. No problem. I personally delivered plans to Dr. Griffith in his hand on his porch. I offered to sit down with him and go over the plans. He told me, I can read, and I don't need you to go over the plans with me. I also say that, well, if you need to meet with me or anyone, him and pastor's friends, so you can call me. He has my number. Peter Taylor, who's also a trustee of the church, has his number. As you call either one of us, we'd be glad to sit down with you and meet anytime, any place, anywhere. So he said, thank you. He closed the door, and that was the end of that. So the site was posted. We posted the sign in the front of the vacant lot and also on the side. So we posted this. We only required one, but we posted it twice. And during that whole time, no one ever contacted us. So I was sort of surprised when I came in today and that letter was shared with me, because we've offered to meet with everyone who was concerned, and we definitely met with one community association, and we offered the other one to decline, and the third one, I mean, I just totally confused, because I went to this house, rang the doorbell, put the stuff in his hand personally. So, and the council person's aide, I mean, they were at the community meeting that we had, and we gave them information. We gave them our telephone numbers, and my understanding is that if the councilman had a concern, she would contact us. So we thought that was okay, because we followed. Like I said, we met with the planning department. We followed the steps they told us to do, because we wanted to make sure all I's are crossed. They said I's are dotted and T's are crossed, because this is a very expensive project, meaning that
before we go forward to actually design the building, we wanted to see whether or not we get the approvals for the setback, stuff like that. So we hired a professional architect to make sure all plans meet all the things that we want. And I mean, so at this point, well, that's it. I mean, I just so explain.
Met all our requirements.
Mr. Chairperson, Hay?
Ma'am,
Ella Staten.
I'm sorry?
Ella Staten,
Ella Staten?
yes.
May I? Yes. The church is a well-respected entity within the community. And it's my understanding that they really have stepped forward to try to contact everybody in the community.
Well, it
And-
certainly sounds that way. As I said, the decision whether to postpone or not is up to the applicant, and so you can postpone or you can say you don't want to. Do you want to postpone or do you not want to postpone?
What you really doing? Yes, we want to go forward.
Okay. Why don't you tell us what it is you propose?
Okay. I guess within your packet of information, you have a site plan. What we are proposing is a one-story educational building that will house students from kindergarten to 5th grade. Let me just
You want to give this to him? He has that. And they have this also.
If you're looking, yes, you're looking at the
Tax map
the
here.
block plan.
Mhm.
The site itself at the corner of Belvedere and Groveland. It's a vacant property. At one time, there was a 3-story structure there that was burned down. The church bought the property several years ago. We had several ideas. First we wanted to do a senior housing, but because of I'm sorry.
You can just ask us.
Oh.
Because of there are several other guest churches in the community that's doing senior housing, we thought it would be feasible. Then we have a large number of young students now congregation in the community who would like to have Christian education. So we come to the idea of doing Christian education. We met with the city planning staff and actually, is this something feasible? They said yes, it's feasible, and that they would support it. They had some concerns. They wanted to make sure. They say that the existing, we have the church right next door. They say the facade should be compatible with the church. We see no problem. They also said they would like to see decorative fencing around the building. Not an issue with us. Just like see landscaping. Say all those things we can satisfy. So then it goes to what we do. We went out and did that. But like I said, what we do is a one-story building that house just 6 classrooms, meaning 1 kindergarten and 1st to 5th grade. Also, we have support spaces for gymnasium, offices, things like that. Within the you see the setbacks. What we were going to do is have parking in the rear, because parking is not an issue, because also the city planning staff says since we're on the existing church and this church operating on Sundays, we have evening prayer service on Wednesday, but during the daytime for the most part can be taken. So parking is not an issue. Also, we can satisfy off-street parking, but again, in the community it is single family houses, so parking is not an issue. The play space we have area in the rear play space, also the church at the corner of Granada and Golden. If you look at the area photo here, all this is vacant, so we have this also as a area for church. So all those issues is not concerned. Mr. Bridges, who's our that he contacted this state to see what issues we may have, the state of education, and basically things, since it's a religious organization, they have no concerns other than that, you know, we meet the requirements for, you know, education, things like that. As far as the physical design, didn't have any issues. And we are prepared to address any issues that the city planning department would like us to address. We sort of give us those issues already, we said we can do that. And I present all that information to the meeting we had. I present all information to also the council person's aide. And when and the letter that we, this is, and when we did our analysis, we talked about, you know, the zoning requirement and what we acting for, so everything was laid out black and white. We weren't trying to hide anything from anyone. So that's what we
You wanna give this, you wanna give this to
Sure. You said that the property used to have a 3-story structure on it that
Yes.
burned down a number of years ago.
Right.
Now, and we've got an aerial photo of the property that has that structure there.
Yes,
That's
yes,
the one.
yes.
Okay. So that's not. So that's not there any longer.
Right now the site is vacant.
Okay. So it's
Nothing
completely
there.
cleared land.
Right.
And do you know approximately when that fire was?
At least, no, we had the project, we was, at least 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said that you purchased it about maybe 3 years ago?
We purchased the property, and after we purchased it, we, raised the building and sent it out because it was an eyesore, because it was just sitting there, burned out, and never happened,
So it sat vacant for a couple of years before you purchased it?
No, it's least maybe 6 months or so. Well, it was vacant for a long time, but the burned out part maybe about 6 months, because it was vacant. Yes, the owner, he was trying to, he had a series of rentals that came in, but it sit vacant for a while after, he had some issues with.
Okay, because I thought that you said that the fire was about 5 years ago.
After we purchased it, the fire, the property was laid vacant. That's it.
Well, let's start off with when the fire was.
Okay.
The fire was possibly about 5 years ago.
Okay, 5 years ago.
Maybe you can pull that microphone down a little bit.
Okay.
And you can speak certainly, if you have information, please. So you believe that the fire was about 5 years ago? correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you purchased the property, well, the church purchased the property when?
In 2000, you can't hear me.
Just step back and speak loud.
And I'm kind of guessing, actually, the person, Pia Taylor, would probably have the exact date, but I'm looking at probably around 2011.
So it's about 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Because we,
Later
Okay,
than
so
12.
about 4 years ago, the church purchased it. About 5 years ago is when the fire was.
Yeah, it's just that this property had been vacant
But but
then the
before
fire
the fire,
happened. Yeah.
it had been vacant.
for quite a while.
For a while.
Okay, so for a while. All right. So it sat vacant for a long time. It burned down. The owner didn't do anything with it. The church purchased it and then knocked down the.
Right, and then we cleared the area.
And okay, but you're not looking to consolidate.
This is the, maybe what you see right now, nothing's there,
Yeah.
there's a sign.
Yeah, I imagine it's the same as we have in our picture, just without that burned out building it. And you're not looking to consolidate the lots.
Correct.
Okay.
And I would say the reason being is that the church right now is paid for,
Mhm.
cleared and free. So if we do consolidation, that'd be making an encumbrance.
Mhm.
So what we're going to do, have the school stand on its own, have a nonprofit group operating the church, operating the school. So any financial issues or burdens, then that's on the educational piece, and the church would not be encumbered. You know, the church will be doing financial help and stuff like that, but it's not going to be encumbered. Whereas if we do consolidation, then you have the whole
Sure.
thing
Right.
here. So that's
Okay.
the reason why we didn't do the consolidation route.
And the separation of church and state.
Right, and trying to figure out the approximate dimensions here of the school. I see that it's got 9,156 square feet. And about how many children are you looking to have?
Well, we've talked to a lot of independent schools. They say you start out very small, meaning that, you know, each class might have anywhere from like maybe 5 to 10 students.
Mhm.
So that's, they say that usually at that growth rate for maybe like 5, 10 years. But our maximum room, we'd like to see like maybe 15 to 20 students per class, but that's going to be down the road a bit. Because
Okay.
we've talked to several places, and we start out, you know, they have very small classes.
Right, and this is going to be a K through 5 school.
Correct.
Questions?
Question I have, you design, maybe this is for the architect, you designed this building a certain size. Can you explain to me why you couldn't shrink that building so that you wouldn't need a variance for the side, rear, and front yards?
Yes, the lot size does not satisfy the zoning code, so it's too small for,
Or the building's too big?
well, for the use, that is. The lot size is actually too small for the use.
That's
for
true.
the use.
Mhm.
So that's one reason for the variance. We did not want to put a 2-story building on it. So the footprint is dictated by the number of classrooms and the use on a 1-floor stance rather than a 2-story.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. You've been making your decision that you made,
Yes.
so I got to stick around.
Okay,
Thank you.
take care. All right, next case, 2015-145, 411 East Patapsco Avenue, Ridwan Abu Ruman. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, you're Mr. Abu Ruman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we have this as an application to house 2 dwelling units on the property, is that correct?
It is already 2 units, so commercial, the first floor and the second floor is residential.
Okay, we can get into that.
And
If you can, for right now,
Yes.
so if all those giving testimony, intending to give testimony can raise their hands and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, and do we have staff reports?
Yes, we have a letter from the Concerned Citizens Right Packer of Brooklyn. They indicated they do not support the subdivision of the property into 2 dwelling units. The stability of our residential neighborhood has been negatively affected by the quality of life issues associated with Brooklyn's proliferation of rental housing, such as parking congestion, noise, lack of property maintenance, increased trash, more demands on city services, high occupancy turnover, which discourages community involvement. Recent statistics indicate that in Brooklyn, vacant units and boarded up units have increased dramatically, and also a continued loss of middle-class neighborhoods. This particular property, just in the nature of its location, will contribute to the now limited parking for both present residents and businesses along Patapsco Avenue, as well as the other issues stated above. Therefore, the association appeals the board to deny permission to use the property to house 2 dwelling units. Does planning have a vote?
Planning Department reviewed the application and has no objection to the appeal. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Apple, why don't you tell us what it is you're proposing, and I guess you were about ready to go into the different uses that you were saying should be in each of the different
When I
portions
bought
of
it in 2007, it has 2 apartments, upper level, lower level residential. We discovered a year and 2 years ago that I get a letter from the city that the first floor is commercial and I have to evacuate it. So I asked for 60 days permission to ask my tenant, and I paid my tenant money to move out because I didn't realize it was commercial. During that period, I have no fence in the front, and my tenants upstairs complained that the backyard is being used for prostitution and for drugs. So I put a fence in the front by the street, which is the house is pulled out like about 35 to 40 feet from the street. So I was forced to put a fence in the front, but you know the fence, it doesn't prevent those people. So they're still using it in the back for prostitution and drugs. I'm sorry to say these words, and for drugs. So the only solution for me, because I didn't have a problem, the first few years I owned it because I have someone live downstairs. Leaving it commercial, it is not rented commercial there, so I would rather be it commercial, but since it's not rented, I don't want filth to happen there to my upstairs tenant. I don't want them to be scared away because of the filth that the drug is. So I wanted to change it back, or at least to residential, so I will be away from basically eliminating the filth.
Mm-hmm.
But it is commercial, and if it's rented commercial, I would have more vehicle rent in the front than to have it as residential, as you understand. So I think the concerned citizen is misinformed. It is never was one house, and I want to split it. I do not want to split it if it was one house. It's already 2 apartments, it's already zoned the first floor commercial, and that's all what I'm asking for, to change it.
Okay, so if I've got this correctly, you've got on the first floor is commercial, on the second floor you have an apartment, and you want to have 2 residential apartments, 1 upstairs, and then change the commercial unit to a residential unit.
Correct, and that's what I bought it. When I bought it, it was 2 residential, it was rented downstairs residential with a side door, the upstairs with the front door, so totally they're separated with different electric meter, different entrances.
Please continue, I'm sorry.
Yeah, with different entrances, different electric meters, we each have its own electric meter, so I don't think the city would have approved for BG&E to have meters unless it's already zoned, and I'm sure you can see in your paperwork that it is commercial, the first floor. And truthfully, I don't want it to stay commercial just to minimize what is going on in the backyard.
Okay. Pardon me for a moment. Do we have any staff reports?
I'd like to clear this up when you get a chance.
Okay, sure.
The property is zoned B2,
Mm-hmm.
so it's a commercial zoning district, which also permits development.
Mm-hmm.
But we have copies of the permit. Right here. Permit for any commercial uses. Just attempt to file for a permit to use the premises to people on one on the first floor, one on the second floor, which was not issued because they required a public hearing.
And no prior history is 2 dwelling units?
No, there was
to the board as a conversion from 1 to 2, which is a conditional use requiring board approval.
Okay.
They have enough lot area for 2 dwelling units.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's no access
Yes.
to the rear
Rear
for
to,
parking.
for parking, yes.
That's
And Mr. French, was there anything from the planning department?
The planning department had no objection to this application. Basically, the matter of whether to grant a parking variance, obviously within the board's discretion, turns on the matter of whether there's any accessible alley, which there is not in this case, from which a parking space could be made accessible. So the development pattern of the neighborhood doesn't allow him to provide an off-street parking space in the rear yard. That's what it comes down to.
Okay. All right. And sir, was there anything further?
Yeah, he's saying there is no access to the alley. There is, when I bought it and still there is a gate like 6 feet wide gate locked to the alley in the back. Or for a car?
Yeah.
I don't know what the alley, I never used the alley, so.
Yeah, from
Not,
the
not
pic-
quite wide enough for an alley for a
Yes.
car.
I
Yes.
did not use it. So.
The city block map shows that that the alley is only about 4 feet wide in the back. So
4 feet.
yeah, and it comes off of even a 9-foot alley, so it's that wouldn't even work. So
What
it's
about
not
the front
accessible.
street, like the other properties I have?
Well, off-street, street parking doesn't count as off-street parking, but that's a separate issue. Was there anything further before we turn to opposition?
I just needed, I will be embarrassed to keep with my tenant upstairs to what it's used. I have a gate now, I put a fence recently, I don't know if it shows in your picture, but
I don't think that there's any issue with a fence that's associated
I put a
with
fence
this case.
to stop the filth going, that's.
Okay. Ma'am?
Pat Wills from the Concerned Citizens. First of all, this is not commercial and it's never been commercial. I swear on my children's lives, never been commercial, individual house. We're here today because he had 3 apartments in there and the community got so upset because at one point there was 10+ people living in the first floor. And they had 3 or 4 cars out front, and the parking out front, you can't park over 2 hours from 8 in the morning till 6 at night on Monday through Saturday. So I know this is something that can be permitted and the community is aware of that, but I'm hoping that you can restrict how many people can live in there and possibly maybe get him to maybe purchase or rent some parking someplace at a garage 2 or 3 streets away, because there is a big problem with parking. But that's basically the reason we're here.
Yeah, I think
We
the
weren't
code-
aware that they were all broken up and there was literally 3 mailboxes. And I didn't realize the city had come out, and I got a copy of that report he's talking about, but I'll have to look at it again. I don't think they wrote in there it was commercial, because it's never been commercial.
Well, there's
I'm familiar with it for 69
It is
years.
zoned B2 too.
Well, sure, I know that,
The
but
use
there's.
may never have been commercial.
No, it
but-
never been commercial there, and the property next to it, and there's maybe one more, and
But
then
it's
the other.
within a B2 zone.
Yes, it is, and that's why I know you can allow that. That's why I said it. I understand that.
And as far as you were asking about limitations and the number of people there, I think the code allows up to 4 unrelated people to live in a dwelling
You
unit.
can't put a limit on that when there's a parking problem.
No, but it's something that's permitted. Well, but I think that that would solve the problem that you were talking about. You were complaining that there were 10 people who were
Well, that's how we found out.
And so
Plus.
if there are 10 people who are living there, then that exceeds what's permitted. So I think that you're covered as far as that's
And that's when we
concerned.
found out it was broken into 3 apartments.
Okay. All right, was there anything further? No? Okay. So,
Yeah, it's just something, it was never 3, it's not the 3 apartment.
well,
Was never.
whatever it was in the past
Yes.
is, the proposal is that it be 2.
Correct.
That's what I understand. And so if there was going to be any kind of approval, it would be for 2, not for
Residential.
3. So
Thank you.
that's kind of water under the bridge at this point.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anything further? Any questions? All right. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thanks, I
Bye-bye.
appreciate it. I'm glad to see most of you back.
Take care. Good seeing you again. Okay. All right. Next. Next, 2015-163, 24 East Madison Street, Andre Mazzone.
Afternoon, for the record, Melvin J. Kanensky representing the applicant in this case.
Afternoon, Mr. Kudensky. We have this as an application to use the lower level known as 800 St. Paul Street as a coffee shop with locally produced prepackaged beer and wine sales within a mixed-use, multiple-family attached dwelling. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And can all those intending to give testimony raise their hands and be sworn, please?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. We have staff reports.
Yes, first we have a letter from a resident on 924 Lovegrove Street. They write that a liquor license and permission for live entertainment at the location would be detrimental to the neighborhood, especially the residents in the immediate vicinity. We have another letter from Todd Pearson, I believe he's here. He writes, I understand that the proposed license is a Class D license that would permit the sale of beer and wine and allow live entertainment on the premises. This is totally undesirable use of the lower level basement space at 800 St. Paul Street, which is a very small space with minimal toilet facilities and no apparent life safety features necessary for a proposed entertainment venue. As I witnessed firsthand when the space was previously occupied by Red Emma's Coffee House, the patrons would overflow into the perimeter sidewalks and generate noise such as impromptu music concerts, loud conversation, and taking over neighborhood front steps, including my own steps across the street. Additionally, the added crowd double parks automobiles and at times blocks the access to my personal off-street parking space and that of my neighbor. Never mind that Red Emma's was a coffee house and didn't serve liquor, beer, or wine. As the venue space is located in the basement of an apartment house within a predominantly residential neighborhood, it would most certainly become a nuisance to the surrounding residents, myself included, as it has in the past. He added an addendum letter. I also wish to mention that the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association, of which I and other objectors are members, has been remiss in the execution of its duties as stewards of the welfare of our neighborhood and the enforcement of current zoning ordinances. It is my opinion that the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association has not properly served its mission to protect the interests of the residents of Mount Vernon Belvedere and is unfit to submit its findings in this hearing. And do we have a report from planning?
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed the application, noted that this property is in the Mount Vernon Historic District, and any exterior changes to the property that would be resulting from any authorization by the board would also have to be approved by the Commission for Historic and Architectural Preservation. More specifically to the use, the applicant is requesting approval for a coffee shop or food store. This is an OR district. Therefore, this is basically a non-conforming use that is being requested. This is a non-conforming use that the board could approve as it is listed in the B1 district as a permitted use. However, the other portion of this application, which is to sell prepackaged beer and wine locally produced, basically is a use that would fit more appropriately under the category of liquor store packaged goods, which is not a permitted use in a B1 district. And therefore, the department recommends disapproval of the portion of the appeal relating to sales of beer and wine, because the only category of use covering that activity in the zoning code, which is liquor stores packaged goods, is not a use to which a change of existing non-conforming use may be authorized by the board. The Department of Planning further recommends approval of the portion of this appeal relating to the coffee shop and food store or delicatessen, if granted on the finding that there has been continued non-conforming use of the property, be subject to the condition that the applicant obtains a notice to proceed from the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation for any exterior changes that may be occasioned by the proposed use of the non-conforming portion of the property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, I think there's a misnomer there. There's no request for live entertainment here. in this application, number 2, the license that would have been applied for was not a packaged goods Class A license. It would be a D, on premises beer and wine, not beer and wine and liquor license. So the letter that was sent to you was had misinformation into it as to what what they were requesting in this case. In this particular location, there was a prior, as indicated, coffee shop, and there's a copy of the use permit from that use on that location. And along with that, the applicant in this case has met with the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association, one of the representatives here who also testify on various occasions, and has gotten the approval of the general membership, and Mr. Brian Levy will testify as to what occurred at those meetings, and I'll copy of that letter. Along with that, the applicant has met with the city council and Mr. Carl Stokes from that district, and Mr. Stokes has, Councilman Stokes has also talked to Mount Vernon Belvedere Association and received numerous phone calls from community leaders who were in favor of this project, and he gives his letter. What date was on it, Mr. Tanner? I mean, because there was a prior letter.
That was from May 26th.
Yeah, I think this is June, because they met again. Yeah. All right, I'll have the applicant testify. State your name and address for the record, please.
Andre Maslin, 917 North Calvert Street.
Now, how far do you live from this particular location?
About 2.5 blocks.
All right, and along with that, so you go by there quite often, and this is going to be your project, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how much money do you think you're going to expend in this project?
Probably about 125,000.
All right, and tell the board, what is it you plan to use there, and what are your hours of operation, how many employees, et cetera?
Plan to employ about 5 people. Hours of operation probably 11 to 11 during the week and 11 to 1 on Friday and Saturdays. Basically, it's a cafe, much like Red Emmons, except I'm adding food, soup, salads, sandwiches, cheese plates for on-premise consumption, smoothies, teas, coffees, all locally produced. I'm really into local sourcing, and I would like to add beer and wine for my customers. I've talked to a lot of people in the neighborhood. They're all behind it. As we heard earlier, I presented to the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association, and overwhelmingly got support from the community.
And the use of your beer and wine, would that be more or less accessory to be a small part of your operation, is that correct?
Correct. Two things on the menu.
And how many, about how much, which percentage would you think would be attributable to the beer and wine?
Probably about 10%.
Okay. And along with that, you indicated you would be hiring people if you could from the neighborhood?
Yes.
And you understand that you're not planning on making any changes to the exterior of the building?
I'm going to put up a sign, and I'm already in touch with Steve Shen of CHAP on what the changes, the acceptable changes are.
All right, so you understand that the board would grant, you'd have to get them to give you approval, is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
I have further questions.
The beer and wine sales, planning is concerned, seem to be that that the beer and wine sales would be akin to a liquor or packaged goods store. So the liquor sales you're talking about for on-premise or off-premise consumption?
On premises. So it's not a liquor store which has off premises. It's a D beer and wine on premises only.
So you can't carry out any liquor?
Well, I guess you could. I mean, but it's not. They're not going to have a separate packaged goods area for beer and wine. It would just be, for people having there to have the wine or cheese they want on the premises. But I assume that if you came in and you said, listen, let me have 2 pounds of provolone and a bottle of Pouilly Foussé to go, I guess they could do that. I mean, that's not their primary function, though.
That's permissible under the D license?
D, you could do that. All A's are strictly packaged goods, means off premises consumption, other than tastings, but that's not what they have here. Can you want to step up, please? State your name and address to the record, please.
My name is Brian Levy. My address is 211 East Preston Street. I'm here today as a representative of the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association.
And you signed the letter, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you were there for the various meetings?
Yes, there were several meetings that Mr. Maslin had, some with originally, I believe, going back as late as last fall, with committee members of our community association. Following that, our board had discussions and voted on his proposal to support his proposal. After this vote, and perhaps we should have done it differently, and would do this in some circumstances, but not all, we learned of opposition to this proposal, and we asked Mr. Maslin to have his hearing postponed so that we could address that opposition. And Mr. Maslin, along with myself and 2 other board members, met with Mr. Pearson and the individual who sent that other letter, and about 2 or 3, I think there were 6 members of the community that were opposed to this. We sat down as board members along with Mr. Maslin and discussed the proposal. Following this meeting, we invited Mr. Maslin to share his proposal with the general body meeting at large. That general body meeting was very well attended compared to our regular general body meetings. I'd say a good bit more people happened to be there than normal. Mr. Maslin presented his plans, and the opposition here today, and along with, I believe, 1 other person that was part of the original opposition, made their comments, and then we had an active debate among our community association general membership. And I'd say out of the maybe 40, 45 people there, I think the vast majority, probably almost 40 and just 5 in opposition, 40 voted in support. There was wide acceptance among that general body meeting that we think these plans for this location that was formerly Red Emma's but has since been vacant would be a great contribution to our community. And following that, I wrote our letter, a second letter in this case, after addressing those original concerns, trying to emphasize that the community, although there is some opposition, fully supports these plans.
Does your community association take and maintain the minutes from your meetings?
We do not, I believe, take minutes. We do, usually we have a newsletter that goes out before each meeting, so these plans were summarized in the newsletter before that meeting so that relevant members, or people that were interested in coming could come, but I don't believe we record or type up minutes of the meeting.
I'm asking to see if there's some way to confirm the yes/no vote.
Typically on matters like this, it is a more informal vote. No one took an actual count. Our president did count everyone that raised their hands and then stopped and said who was in opposition. And the count that was estimated to me, speaking with the president and other board members by email this morning, was we believed about 40 people voted in support, and we think that at most 4 or 5 voted in opposition.
I'm just going to give you an address. You're standing back here by yourself. Go ahead.
My name is Amanda Fiore. I live in 3134 Eastern Avenue.
And you're working with Mr. Maslin, and you're in favor. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm in favor.
All right, no further questions. That'd be sum and substance, subject to rebuttal.
Okay. Sir?
Hi, my name is Ted Pearson. I live directly across the street on the southwest corner of the University. And this whole affair has been poorly handled by the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association and the DECO. And the association was well aware that there was opposition to any establishment that served liquor in this location, because we had previously come before this board to protest 2 other applications in the past. So it was a great disappointment to us, the ones that object to it, that the association did not contact us over a period of about 8 months. And they really basically railroaded this through to accommodate the owners of Spirits of Mount Vernon, who have a surplus liquor license that they could sell to Mr. Maslin. And everybody's very chummy. And we're a lovely neighborhood, but they're very chummy. And we really objected to this, me and my neighbors who live very close to the address in question. And we've always objected to this use. And it does not fit within the zoning ordinance, and we would like the zoning ordinance maintained as it is. We don't want to have a variance on that, and we fear that what will happen is that once there is one variance, there will be another variance.
And currently, there are 8 blocks of St. Paul Street that are almost entirely residential with a few institutional buildings sprinkled in between. There is 1 liquor store at 1001 East, or 1001 St. Paul Street, I'm sorry, but it's actually on Eager Street. And that's it. And it's been there, it's been grandfathered in. So we don't want our street to become a street of bars and restaurants. That's what we have Charles Street for, which is 1 block away. And we feel Charles Street is perfectly adequate for that purpose. So we would ask the board not to grant this appeal. We feel it's not according to the zoning ordinance, and we feel it's detrimental to the neighborhood. And I also feel that the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association has been very accommodating to business interests and terribly unaccommodating to the residents.
And is your opposition to the serving of alcohol or
It shouldn't even be a
restaurant?
restaurant, sir. It shouldn't even be a restaurant, it's office residential. I guess it could come in. Red Emma's apparently had applied for a zoning appeal in 2013, according to Mr. Blackwell in your office, but they were never granted a zoning appeal for that. So I don't think it should be a restaurant at all. It's office residential, and it could be made into an apartment. It could be made into an office.
Okay. Were you at the meeting that they were testifying about?
I was at all the meetings.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, I was not at all the meetings. I was at the meeting at my house, of course, in which Mr. Maslin made a presentation to us and 3 members of the board and about 4 or 5 neighbors who object to the project. And they live very close to the project. The meeting at the Neighborhood Association General Meeting was comprised of a lot of people that was like a cheerleading section, and we were heckled when we objected. And I would say that most of the people that were there don't live near the address. They live further away.
The testimony was that the vote at that meeting was approximately...
Overwhelmingly positive.
So you don't dispute that it was approximately 40 people
No,
voted
not
for
at
it
all.
and 4 or
Not at
5
all.
people voted against it?
But I also mentioned that the association totally ignored us. They were well aware of this since October, and they did nothing to inform us of what was going on. And we didn't find out about this until it was posted in the window. And contrary to what you say, sir, on the posting it said entertainment. So that's what we wrote our letters about, because that's what it said. So those letters are only based upon a legal notice that was in the window, not our imagination, and not through miscommunication. I opened my home to Mr. Maslin to come in and make his presentation, and we made it very clear to him then that we did not want liquor sales at that location.
So in your meeting with him, you focused on the alcohol sale aspect?
Yes.
All right. Anything further?
I'm sorry?
Anything further?
No, sir.
Just
Thank
very-
you.
You may ask me a question. or else-
No, I was going to say it's back to you.
Just very briefly, I mean, it seems to me that, that the neighborhood association being chummy or not being chummy, they made a proposal. Certainly Mount Vernon Belvedere is not any new organization. They met with the council people. That's an area, and we all know, in the city now, God knows we need some life and some businesses in it. But to characterize a place as a packaged goods store, when a reading of what it really was, it's not that. So anytime somebody comes to anybody and they say, "Oh, this place is going to be there. It's going to be this. They're going to have to sell drugs on it." Oh my God, I don't want that. Well, that's not what it is. So they had 2 meetings, and you had a prior letter. That's why I asked what letter you have from Mount Vernon Belvedere, which was in May. They went again, they proposed again in June, got together with everybody, and they made their proposal. The sign that I have doesn't say anything about live entertainment on it. I don't think so. Okay.
We were told that by the Mount Vernon Belvedere Association.
Well, it wasn't what was
We were
advertised.
told that by Steve Johnson.
Well, it wasn't what was advertised.
So Mr. Kavinsky, I think your client testified that the anticipated percentage of alcohol sales would be maybe about 10% of overall sales, and it really wasn't a significant part of what they were
It'd be very
what he was
excessive.
seeking.
Yeah.
And further you clarified that what is being sought isn't a packaged goods kind of operation, but rather sales of beer and wine for on-premises consumption associated with primarily food orders. Given that that's the case, would you be fine then with a restriction that you have no sales of alcohol
Off-premises
for
sales.
off-premises?
Sure. Yeah, and I don't want to put this, a lot of times, you know, with the phenomenon we're seeing today, maybe not the men here, but the ladies, they have the painting and wine things now where the ladies go to, and it's really, it's very nice. You know, I'm not saying the wrong kind of, mainly ladies, I mean, and the men go in one room, they play the poker, and the ladies go do the wine, and then the young guys, they do the trivia. So that if we get everybody together in one happy family, we got somewhere to go.
So you're going
No.
Mr. French, the planning department's opposition seemed to focus their opposition on the understanding that packaged goods were going to be a large part of what was being intended, with the clarification that that's not what was being sought in the offer of a restriction prohibiting off-premises sales of alcohol. Would that change the planning department's position? I guess at that point it would basically be a restaurant.
I guess a restaurant with a liquor license has been permitted as
A change of non-conforming use. And if this can be characterized as a change of non-conforming use, and if there, since I'm not personally familiar with the terms of a Class D license in terms of what that does or does not allow, I'm not in a position to comment on that, but very specifically, if basically the commercial establishment functioned as a restaurant with a liquor license, with accessory liquor sales, as defined in the zoning code, then we would probably have no opposition to that.
And if the board would find that would go to the liquor board also, and they would have to abide by that restriction because the board has to zone off on it before it goes there. All right, that's all I would have.
So may I add one question?
Yes.
We have had discussions, and Mr. Massey has objected to it, to having some sort of sunset provision on this license so that when he does leave that business, when he closes that business, that license will not stay at that address. And if that is what would be a negotiating factor, I would put that on the table.
Okay.
If there's such a
we
thing.
can't do that. Zoning, all that we can do is our approval goes with the land. Licenses go from person to person. And so the kind of thing you're talking about would be something that I guess would be more appropriate for the liquor board. But as far as what we can do, we can't restrict it to one person or another. Did that answer your question?
No, but I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Conditions that are put on the use go with the land also.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right. Any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, 2015-175, 32 North Chester Street, 32 North Chester LLC, care of Stefan Popescu.
Afternoon.
Okay. And you're Mr. Popescu?
Yes.
All right. Sir, we have this application to use the first floor as a restaurant with tavern, we'll deal with that in a minute, and outdoor table service accessory to the restaurant use. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Can all those giving testimony raise their hands and be sworn, please?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give this hearing will be the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Do we have staff reports?
Yes, first we have a letter from the Purchasable Association. They write that while they are out, the president is out of town, able to attend the rescheduled hearing. If I was there, I would testify that the Neighborhood Association has signed an MOU that outlines the expectations we have of and for 32 North Chester Street LLC. We also have a letter from an affidavit from a Dorothy Gibson indicating that she, being over the age of 18 and competent to testify in matters, that she was a former owner of the property 32 North Chester Street, that she is familiar with the property, that to the best of her knowledge and belief, the property has always been used as a bar and 2 apartments.
Were there any dates provided in that affidavit?
Let's see, does she have a date? It's signed 9/23/14. And the second item indicates that 32 North Chester Street was used as a bar and 2 apartments on April 20th, 1971, and has continued to be used in this manner without interruption to this date. Signed by Dorothy Gibson, dated September 29th, 2014. And then we have planning's report.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, did note the same thing, that this property was last authorized for use as a tavern, which is a non-conforming use. The request is for a restaurant with accessory outdoor table service, and the table service is only available to a restaurant and not to a tavern, and therefore the use as a tavern could not continue simultaneous with outdoor table service. However, if it is used as a restaurant, the department would have no objection to that. If there is continuing non-conforming use of the property, the department suggests that these conditions be made applicable to an approval. A minimum of 6 feet of the sidewalk must remain clear and unobstructed for pedestrian use. The capacity of the outdoor seating area will be not more than 3 tables and 12 patrons. The tables will be limited to those that can seat 4 patrons and are to be kept against the wall of the building. There will be no outdoor bar, outdoor music, jukebox, or other form of entertainment, and all patrons must be seated for dining and served by waitstaff. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Popescu, are you amenable to the conditions stated by the planning department?
I am.
All right. And one of the issues that they brought out was that the application is to use the first floor as a restaurant with tavern and outdoor table service. As they pointed out, you can have outdoor table service with a restaurant, but not with a tavern. And in the zoning code, although I understand, I think that the liquor board works differently, but there are 2 different definitions for restaurant and tavern in the zoning code.
We will be a restaurant.
Okay, so you would be a restaurant, not the tavern use.
Yes.
All right.
Also, in your file, you should have had 2 other affidavits from neighbors that listed out the same thing that the Dorothy Gibson affidavit said.
Okay. These are from a Charles Beatty and Jean Duckworth, and they appear to be the same as the affidavit we have in the file. You do? Okay. All right. Why don't you tell us about what's being proposed?
Currently building a restaurant. We took over the property about 9 months ago. We've already transferred the license into the area. Here's my manager who's going to be putting together the restaurant. And we wanted to add outdoor tables as the liquor board already approved it for us.
Okay. And you said that you bought it 9 months ago?
Yep.
And what was it at that time when you purchased it?
A restaurant / tavern, whatever your definition is, with 2 apartments.
Okay. Was it operating? Had it been closed?
To my understanding, it was operating.
Okay. Did you go there? Were there people inside?
The deal was done with Dorothy Gibson. She said she kept it open with a neighbor that would open the place up. I personally have.
Okay. Quite tell. The aerial that we have the proposed seating area is in shadow, so you can't really see it. But I do see that we've got a drawing in the file.
Yep.
Looks like there are a number of, are those tree boxes?
Correct.
That are there? And are those just squares cut out of the sidewalk, or are they actually like built up boxes?
No, they're just squares cut out of the sidewalk.
Okay. All right, looks like the distance to the box is about just a little bit over 5 feet. The box is, okay, well, there we go. The total length of that sidewalk is 13.8 with a little bit cut out for the stairs. Okay. And then the residential uses, any changes with those?
No, the residential will be staying the way they are.
Any questions? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, next up, 2015-207, 701 Bartlett Avenue, Donikia Berry. Okay, Ms. Berry, we have this as an application to use the premises as a daycare center for 27 children. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you can raise your hand and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Do we have staff reports?
Just one report, okay. Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application. Notes that the property measures approximately 19 feet by 99 feet and is improved with a 2-story semi-detached commercial building measuring approximately 15 feet by 57 feet. This property is zoned R8. The proposal is to have a daycare center in this property. The previous use, non-conforming use of the property was as a tavern, so approval of the application would extinguish the non-conforming use of that property. However, the department also noted that Bartlett Avenue is only 3 lanes wide with curb lanes used on both sides for on-street parking. The department ordinarily would support this, but recommends a lower capacity of 15 children because of the fact that there is not at the present time a safe place for drop-off and pickup of children. There is a possibility that parking can be provided for staff, but that would require use of the rear yard as a parking pad, and that may conflict with the requirement for outdoor recreation space for children at the daycare center. Therefore, the department recommends approval of a modification of this appeal that would authorize up to 15 children on the premises at any one time in a day nursery or nursery school, subject to the requirement that the applicant request approval for a passenger loading zone on Homewood Avenue, which is the side street, near the intersection with Bartlett Avenue, to provide a measure of safety for drop-off and pickup of children using the daycare center. Thank you.
Thank you. Did the planning department, Mr. French, have an issue with the lot size requirement?
We did not, partly because, quite frankly, the department is aware of the imbalance of demand for childcare versus the supply of it.
Okay. All right. Ms. Berry, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you are proposing here?
I'm proposing to open a childcare center there. We have renovated the whole property. When I purchased it, I was under the impression that I was purchasing a commercial property in a commercial area. It's also on my deed that it's a commercial property. And once I started once it was renovated, I found out that when I went to the child care administration, I had to bring it down to do the UNO, and then I had to go to zoning. I'm like, why? It's already a commercial property. So once we went through that process, I went to the neighbors, it's called the Loop Corporation, to ask them could we park there because they have a huge parking lot in the rear of the building. Also, we provide transportation, door-to-door transportation. We have a van. So our parents really don't drive to the location because we're gonna go to their house and pick up the children since the parking was an issue. There's also an open field across the street where the children will be able to play, so we would be able to use that backyard for parking.
Okay, and are you currently in operation?
I am.
At this location or
No.
another one?
Another one.
Okay.
Two others.
I'm sorry?
2 other locations.
Oh, 2 other locations. Okay. And so this was gonna be like an expansion space?
This is gonna be another location in an area that has a need for childcare.
Okay. And the planning department was seeking a reduction in the number of children that you were seeking from 27 to 15. Would you be amenable to that?
No, that wouldn't make sense because in order to operate and run the daycare center, the cost of running the daycare center may cost me 15 children, and the additional children may be the profit.
Gotcha. Frankly, you've got sort of bigger problems. And I guess that unfortunate problem is that in the zoning district that you're in, which is an R8 district, it requires a minimum of 5,000 square feet of lot area, which is the physical area within your property line. You've got about just under 1,500 square feet. And although the board can grant a variance of that 5,000 square foot requirement, our ability to lower that is capped at only 25%. To get the reduction down to where you are, we'd have to give you a variance of about 70%. That is well in excess of what our authority is. And so this application appears to be one where unfortunately we wouldn't be able to grant your request because your lot physically contains less than the required square footage to operate a day nursery, and is so small that we can't, that it's outside of our authority to reduce that.
So it would be only if I took the 15 that I would be?
No, really, it wouldn't be controlled by the number of children at all. I think maybe if you operated as a home daycare, but I don't even think that that would be feasible for you.
That's not a house, and it was a bar.
Yeah.
And many people in there, it's a bar and a tavern.
And that's one of the vagaries of the code, is that it sets out different required lot areas for different kinds of commercial uses. And for a daycare center, the requirement is kind of large. This is 5,000 square feet. Now there may be certain other considerations that play into that requirement, such as making sure that there's enough area and space for children to be able to play in and occupy, just children being as they are and generally being more active than adults and requiring more space. But that's what the requirement is that there be 5,000, a minimum of 5,000 square feet of lot area. But yours only has, as I said, just under 1,500.
And 3 floors.
That you're talking about the floor area or the actual inside area of the house, and that's not what the lot area looks at. The lot area looks at just what is the square footage of your lot. That is the piece of land that you have, as opposed to the structure that's on it.
So it can be a bar, which is so negative, but it couldn't be a positive childcare center to enhance.
And I think that that was part of the planning department's consideration, that it would probably be preferable to get rid of the tavern and have a daycare, particularly given the imbalance between the supply and demand of daycare in the city. So a daycare center being located here would be preferable, most likely, to a tavern for a few different reasons. But be that as it may, the board only has the power that's granted to them under the zoning code by the mayor and city council, and we're bound by what they provide in the statute. And what's provided for in the statute is that there's a minimum of 5,000 square feet of lot area that's required for a daycare center, and yours only has 1,500, and we can only reduce the minimum required by 25%, and you would need a 70% reduction. So that's outside of what our authority is. Sorry. Okay, next, 2015-209, 511 South Caroline Street, Joseph Woolman.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Afternoon, Mr. Woolman. Folks able to get everything squared away? Hopefully. All right, Mr. Roman, we have this as an application to use the larger portion of the first floor as a restaurant, including outdoor table service, 7 tables, 14 seats, as accessory to the restaurant and a portion of the first floor for bicycle sales and repair shop, and use the second floor for dance studio and non-accessory office.
That is correct.
It's a lot. All right, can all those intending to give testimony raise their hands and be sworn, please?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, do we have staff reports?
Yes, first we have a letter from the Douglas Place Neighborhood Association. They write that they support the B1 zoning, that they support the restaurant conditional use, and that they support the sidewalk seating and the bike parking offset. They write that the applicant is converting a derelict and vacant 500 block of South Caroline Street into a vibrant destination. The applicant is bringing a spectrum of business and jobs with a cafe and office spaces, that they are promoting healthy urban living and our best chance at efficiently increasing population density in the city by focusing on the bicycle. They are pushing Baltimore into the status of a world-class city with this distinctive concept. In light of these things, that at the December 2nd, 2014 meeting, we decided to support the application for a liquor license pending an agreement with an MOU with the association. Not only did the association offer support, but the Fells Point Residents Association voted unanimously at their April 2nd, 2014 meeting to support the presence of the cafe, and the Fells Point Community Association deferred the decision to the Douglas Place Neighborhood Association as the organization directly impacted by the cafe at their April 8th, 2014 meeting. We also have received a petition with over 90 signatures of nearby residents indicating that they are in support of the request. We have received a letter from Councilman James B. Kraft. He writes, "It has come to my attention that there is a question as to the statutory interpretation of Section 10-409B of the zoning code as it pertains to the above property. This section allows a property owner to offset the number of vehicle parking spaces required under the code by providing extra bicycle spaces at a ratio of 1 vehicle space or a fraction thereof removed for every 8 bicycle spaces. Based on a plain reading of the statute, the number of vehicle spaces required for the appellant should be reduced by a ratio of 1 vehicle space for every 8 bicycle spaces provided in the applicant's plan." In opposition, we have a letter from the president of the Fells Point Community Organization, Joanne Mosapost. She writes, "I do not have any major concerns about their current plans, other than that they are not the plans that were presented to the Fells Point Community Association by Mr. Fitzgerald. From what I have been able to gather, these plans have been changed more than once recently, and that there is even a new application based on the current plan to have a restaurant and bike shop and repair shop on the first floor, along with the outdoor tables and offices, and a yoga dance studio with lockers on the second floor. I am puzzled as to why this matter doesn't need to be reposted since there is actually a new application. Public notice is an important element of transparency and I believe required by law. As to my other concern, it appears that a chair is placed against the wall in relation to the outdoor tables. I like outdoor seating. I also like to be able to walk on the sidewalk. What we have found through experience is that when chairs are placed against the wall, inevitably, customers will move those chairs and table further out into the sidewalk. I am asking that the outdoor tables for the Handlebar Cafe be properly positioned so that the table is flush against the wall with the seats on the sides. Does planning have a report?
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed the application, noted that some of the uses described are actually permitted uses in a B1 district, which is where this property is located. The specific focus of the appeal is the conditional use restaurant with live entertainment and accessory outdoor table service. The department reviewed the site plan, which was prepared by the applicant, which noted that the outdoor sidewalk in front of this building along Caroline Street is approximately 15 feet wide. The proposal was to take approximately 8 feet of that as space for the outdoor seating area, and that would leave at least 6 feet of width for unimpeded pedestrian passage in front of the building, which would be acceptable to the department. The department notes the exchange of bicycle spaces for vehicle parking spaces, as mentioned in the letters that were previously read to you. The department also notes that this property is within the Fells Point District, which is a locally designated Baltimore City Historic District, and that all exterior changes to this building, including additions, demolitions, and alterations, would be subject to review and approval by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation. Subject to those factors, the department recommends approval of this appeal, subject to completion of all exterior improvements in accordance with a notice to proceed issued by the Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation, and subject to these conditions for the accessory outdoor table service. A minimum of 6 feet of the sidewalk must remain clear and unobstructed for pedestrian use. The capacity of the outdoor seating area will be not more than 7 tables and 14 patrons. The tables will be limited to those that can seat 2 patrons and are to be kept against the wall of the building. There will be no outdoor bar, outdoor music, jukebox, or other form of entertainment, and all patrons must be seated for dining and served by waitstaff. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Woolman, is your client amenable to those conditions stated by the planning department?
Yes, he is.
Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you. And I'll start by mentioning that we do have several members of the community in support of the project here today, including leadership of the Douglas Place Neighborhood Association. If necessary, we'll certainly call them to testify. I'd also like to hand the board an email from the Executive Director of Bike Maryland in support of this project as well. As you've already alluded to, Mr. Chairman, it's a very unique application in terms of the number of uses. It's also a unique concept regarding this type of restaurant. You find them in other cities. And I'll have my client, Mr. Fitzgerald, to my right, talk a little bit more about his concept shortly. But it is a bicycle-themed cafe that you do find in other cities. Mr. Fitzgerald's wife happens to be a world champion mountain bike racer. They're very involved in the bike community, and this was the impetus for this concept. We did rezone the property to B1 too. The reason it was B1 as opposed to anything higher was the councilman made it very clear that he did not want to see a tavern at this location. This is not going to be a tavern, nor is it proposed to be a tavern. I believe there was some confusion regarding an initial staff report by the zoning office. That's since been cleared up. You have the current data draft, which I think speaks very clearly to what's required and what's provided. We are doing a significant bicycle parking offset. Under the code, there are 65 bicycle parking spaces located inside this building to offset the parking requirement, and the councilman's letter spoke to that issue as well. I'll turn it over to Mr. Fitzgerald right now and have him just explain a little bit more about the concept, and I would proffer that the folks here in support would speak very highly in support of Mr. Fitzgerald and his efforts. I wish all my clients made the effort he's made over the last year and a half, reaching out to his neighbors. He's from the area. He's actually from the neighborhood. He lived around the corner at one point, and he's garnered a significant amount of community support. But I'd like the board to hear from Mr. Fitzgerald as to the concept itself, and then we'll proceed after that.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. A bicycle cafe. It's new to Baltimore. What is the name?
please?
Mark Fitzgerald.
You want to slide down? I can't hear you that well.
How's that?
Just towards the little microphone with the big microphone with you. Sorry.
Is that gonna work for you? Is that better?
Yeah, I didn't want the mic moved, but it's fine. Just go ahead.
A bicycle cafe is new to Baltimore, but it's not new to other major cities. San Francisco, Boston, Brooklyn, Seattle, even Pittsburgh have variations of bicycle cafes. The bicycle market, which we've been in for a number of years, is challenged by internet sales. So independent bike shops have to find a way to compete in that market. And a bicycle cafe offers services that Amazon delivery doesn't provide, which is consulting, like how to buy a product and personal touches. But still, for price point, we lose sales. So we try to make up that difference with coffee sales, food and beverage as well. Something you really can't get from Amazon is hot coffee just yet. I think Starbucks is trying though. So it's a fully functional bike shop, small in scale, than you would see at a suburban store. Urban bicycle retailing, which is the fastest growing segment of the bike market right now. Last 5-10 years, the urban sales for bicycles are what's driving all the sales in the bike industry. People need, for a reason, valid reasons, to ride bikes in cities. So we're providing that service right in the heart of Baltimore. It's almost a geographic center of the town, that 500 block of Caroline Street. The food is accessory to the bicycles. The beverages are accessory to the food. Coffee is accessory in the morning. We open at 7 o'clock in the morning. There's no painting of bicycles, nothing industrial in nature. It's fixing flats, adjusting seat heights, things like that. If there are any questions from the board, I'd be happy to take them.
I'd just like to submit a memorandum of law. Obviously, the board's familiar with conditional use law in Maryland, but I'll submit that for the record and for the file. Obviously, we feel that this application certainly meets the standards regarding conditional uses, which, as you know, are presumed to be permitted. We think this is a location in a very underdeveloped block, in a vacant building that's dilapidated, that had no parking signs in front of it. This is going to be a revitalization of this block that the community is excited about. I'll just state for the record regarding the bicycle offset, it's ZCBC section 10406, which states very, very plainly, as the councilman indicated in his letter, the number of vehicle parking spaces required by this title, I think it's important that it does say by this title, is reduced by 1 for every 8 or fraction of 8 bicycle parking spaces. The staff report indicates the number of spaces required for the uses per the application. I think there could even be a less conservative reading of what's required, but even under the most conservative reading of what's required, we are providing the sufficient number of bicycle spaces to sufficiently offset what is required. With that, I'll submit at this time, again, reminding the board we do have folks here in support if you'd like to hear from them.
Okay, thank you.
Me? Okay, I haven't done this for a while.
Start off with your name.
Oh, yeah. My name is Deborah Tempera. I own several properties on the 500 block of Bond Street and one property at the 1500 block of Fleet Street as well. I'm a long-time invested person in this neighborhood since the 80s. We have watched a lot of changes happen. We have changed the progress of the area by stopping a lot of illegal demolition to expand more commercial identities to protect R8 blocks. When this project came about, people did submit it to our organization at that time, which was back in, I would say, April, May, June. However, the majority of the people at that point, and it was meetings, they were against the rezoning of the area, which the person who was applying for this contended he had to have. He said he could not survive on just a cafe. He wouldn't be going through all this if it was just a cafe. A bicycle cafe, and I can show you pictures of bicycle cafes that do survive and are good, but it was his choice. Because of that, we had to have our zoning changed. And here we went through years and years of rezoning, getting rid of our urban renewal plan, doing this, doing that. So you think you're in a neighborhood that finally, by the planning department, has precedence of something sound. Well, any day, a council person can come around and rezone something, and that's what has occurred. Here's a letter from the association that was written on June 17th. A motion, let's see, Dear residents, Douglas Place Neighborhood Association held its meeting on June 17th, 2014. A motion was made to vote for the rezoning of 511 South Carolina Street from R8 to B1. DPNA voted against the rezoning for various reasons. 1, it is in violation of Maryland law to piecemeal zoning. 2, a B1 will allow new liquor licenses to be introduced into the neighborhood through conditional use. As an R8 area, DPNA's master plan for the neighborhood supports and promotes the introduction of new retail business and disallows any new liquor licenses. Now R8 establishments already existing could be grandfathered in. The developer's plan for 511 South Carolina include introducing a new liquor license. Councilman Kraft has stated that there would not be support any new liquor licenses in this neighborhood if the association voted against it. Well, as you know, that's here they say there. So I do have a question though, since I'm in front of the zoning board. The planning department said that what they're intending to doing was no spot zoning, that the whole block would be changed to a B1-2. What is the current status of that block?
The block?
The block. The argument of the planning department was that if you have, take it out, they said, no, we're not going to spot zone because we're going to change the whole block to a B1-2. So what is the current status so that this is not called spot zoning?
While you're looking for that, if I could interject, Mr. Chairman, first of all, I think the board is well aware, and we're not really here on a rezoning hearing, you're not the planning commission, but spot zoning, this is a term that's thrown out a lot, it has been held not to be illegal per se, so even if this was considered spot zoning, there's substantial case law to support the fact that a single parcel rezoning can take place. And we already went through this exercise before the Planning Commission and the City Council, and the property has been rezoned to B1-2. I do believe Ms. Temper may be referring to there's a Patarakis property on this block that I think is being considered for redevelopment. I think at one point the Planning Department wanted to see if we couldn't combine efforts to do a more comprehensive zone of the block, which certainly makes sense. I'm not sure what this, I don't represent Mr. Patarakis, I wish I did. I'm not sure what the status of his plans for that portion of the block are, but our property has been rezoned. We're well past that process at this point, and you're looking at a B1-2 property at this time.
Yes, and just to answer your question, ma'am, it would appear that the property is B1-2 zoned, and it is adjacent to two R8 zones. As Mr. Woolman did point out, however, whatever the zoning designation of the property or the properties around it are, those aren't decisions that get made here, and that's not what the issue is in front of this board.
No, I'm fine with that. I just thought we were talking about zoning and changing an R8 to a B1-2 is zoning, so perhaps then you're making a decision, so maybe, I just thought, I was curious. And I didn't know if you were aware of some of this thing.
Under our jurisdiction, but not all.
Okay, so that goes back to planning again, I guess.
Well,
Mr.
I think
Frenchie,
that,
any comment down there?
I think that, actually, ma'am, I think that it's the mayor and city council that passes.
So I would like to submit
That's
this
correct.
thing. Okay, the other thing, because I just heard, I would like to rebuttal or to remove the DPNA, the Douglas Place Neighborhood Association, and representing an association, I'm a part of that, and there was no meetings, no updates on this. Perhaps there's a small group in this association, but I was not represented and I should have been. I wouldn't even be here today if I was informed properly that these things were occurring, especially what happened at the last zoning hearing. And in our docket, none of it was even posted about these hearings. I found out through a letter to Councilman Kraft saying, here again, through this association, I'm not being notified of important issues that I find important. And the important one was what was going to occur on the hearing that was postponed on June 30th. Live entertainment, which I do know that Mr. Woolman has pulled through. However, I do concur with Joanne's comment that I look at this proposal here on the last hearing and then see the proposal now. To me, they're not the same, and I really did feel that there should have been another posting of this, and I didn't think that happened. I did go outside and we talked, and my questions to them were, based on the MZA data draft of the report hearing for June 30th, the staff report. The staff report says the plans repeatedly refer to areas behind the bar and taps and show very little of the kitchen and indicate a spin studio with showers and lockers. So apparently all this week, to get ready for this meeting, they have made changes again. And not drastic changes though. They got rid of a couple tables, they did this, they added another bar stool though around the bar. And I guess my concern was, here you have an agency saying what they see is bar and taps by design. And when I look at this, I tend to agree. So my question to them was, as a convenience, was, because I look at this and I can see how tables can be moved, how people can be standing around, how this could be more of an atmosphere of a tavern versus cafes, which was his whole premise of what he sold everybody on years ago. Last year. Now, I brought you some pictures of other bicycle cafes, and this was the image of myself, and I'm not going to speak for everybody else. I do feel like, these are others, and they are a good thing. Now, here's another cafe over the bar, and it says in here, the bike elements over the bar isn't a bike shop. It's not. Their themes are bikes, and that can happen. And here's comments on it. And then you have something called the Sedona Bike and Bean Shop, because this can become another big institution like a rave. It's like the new thing, bikes and, bar hopping on bikes and everything else. And we have to, be cautious of this stuff. And design and interior is really important. The Sedona Bike and Bike Shop is nice, and they do survive on just pastry and coffee, but they do fix bikes and they're a serious bike shop. And then this is the one that was example to us, the Mojo Bicycle Cafe. But as the owner just said to me, they're too small. But if you look at the prominent factors in all these places, except for the one OLB shop, the bar is like the smallest thing, whereas in their drawings, their bar is their biggest thing. So, and yet these places, here's another one, does serve alcohol. But the difference is it looks different. It looks like a cafe. It looks like it can entice families and kids and bikes. And it looks like something could be operable all day. So.
And do you want these made part of the record?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That too. So I asked him, how many taps will you be having at the bar? He said 12. That's a lot of taps for a restaurant if your theme is cafe and if your energy is supposed to be putting into bicycles or, selling equipment of bicycles and doing all that stuff, because isn't that what this whole concept is? It's a part of it. It also protects the residents, and we just want a little bit of a compromise here. We've been told time after time, no, we can't do this without alcohol. He just told me, no, I can't downsize my taps, I refuse to. Can you downsize the bar and maybe do one of those pictures? No, I can't do that either. This is the things I've heard when I went to the last meeting in June when we decided to vote against this project, because there was no cooperation on looking like what could turn into a tavern, even though they're playing for restaurants. We've given up a lot at this point. One, we're losing parking here, and we don't all drive bicycles. Two, our block of Carolina Street, because now they believe the whole block, even though it's still R8, is now all getting meter parking. So all those little houses on Dallas Street, the alley streets, is losing parking already due to this one change on one zoning project. So I think we've done more than compromise here. If this can't be changed until an MOU, then these are the conditions I'd like to see. One, a majority of these places do close at 11 o'clock. I looked up the hours. I'm sorry, I don't have them here. I've asked for that, and he said no, he couldn't do that. What are you really want to be? I mean, you have this concept of bicycle. Are you using it just for the fact of it'll draw people as a new thing in? Are you really going to be true to the cause? True to the cause as families, true to the cause as services, true to the cause of all these things in a B11 is to support a community. That's what I see supporting our community, not the fact of bringing a lot of people running down there at 2 o'clock in the morning, or these 100 bikes that do the bicycle rounds for bars. I think there needs to be a little bit room of compromise, and there needs to be some change. And I have, yes, one more thing to say here. This is my last. Okay, Alan Shapiro is here from 1505 Eastern Avenue. He had to leave, and he just wanted to put on the docket that because of the zoning change from R8, he's saying that the parking on Carolina Street has already changed to permit parking, I mean not permit parking, but paid meter parking, which a lot of people of Eastern Avenue residents, and there's a lot of them, and Dallas Street depend on. And then he said, what can you do about it? And I said, I don't think the zoning board can do anything, but parking was an issue. I find, to put it on the record, that my councilman has sort of let us down here. There was a majority, and there could be a lot more with a lot more information. By rezoning this, it was pro-developer, which is fine, but there was other avenues we could all compromise on, and there was no room to compromise on anything. Two, last week when I was saying, I mean, to get rid of even 1 or 2 parking spaces. I mean, if they have teachers upstairs for now the yoga studio because it was convenient to change it because the spinning thing was out of whack, then, you know, it seems like they threw in a couple more bikes, but, you know, so apparently they also get zero parking here. I mean, so anyway, that's my spiel.
Thank you. Sir?
Yes, my name is Dilip Singh. I live actually on Dallas Street, which is the reverse side of the street.
Can you spell your first name, please?
Dilip, D as in David, A-L-I-P. Last name Singh, S-I-N-G-H.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I live on Dallas Street, and I know there was a lot of, just as an opening remark, there was a lot of comments about how the DPNA was a unanimous approval of this project. I moved into the area like 2 years ago, and I have never even been approached by DPNA to join DPNA. So I mean, it's almost like, so not that that's your problem, but I'm just saying that I don't even know who these DPNA guys are and what kind of operation they're running, because they have never even asked me to join. So when they say it's unanimous, I don't even know what percentage of people we're talking about that they've even talked to relative to the size of the community.
You want to show them where you are? Well, I think
Okay,
it's important.
right.
This is his building, which connects to.
Right. So when I bought my house, I bought an R8 zone, and I checked the zoning map, and of course, there was Mr. Fitzgerald's property, which was also zone R8, and my interest in that at the time, and the concern I had at the time, was that we are actually a connecting property. We physically share a wall together. It's not like we're just back to back. We literally share a common wall. So anyway, when I bought my house, I thought I had some reasonable expectation that I would be dealing with other R8 properties. So, but now, be as it may, I'm now sharing a wall with a B12 property that is a restaurant, serves liquor, et cetera, and so forth. And I'm potentially looking at, 100 plus people running around till 2 o'clock in the morning. Given the size of the seating areas, wait staff, all these other kinds of things. So in that context, and sort of echoing on what Deborah was saying, I'm not really. I want to be clear. I'm not 100% against the idea of the bicycle cafe. I think there's a lot of merit in what Mr. Fitzgerald is doing, and I applaud him for a lot of the things. But I also want to point out that that the B12 zoning is the purpose of it is to support, in theory anyway, is to support the neighborhood, and and Mr. Fitzgerald was very clear that this restaurant was really to support the biking community. Now, so the biking community really is not in the neighborhood, it's somewhere else. So the B12 is very specific in terms of who it's there to support and what services it's meant to provide. So having said that, I believe so the idea of the bicycle cafe, while it has some merits, I think that and the negative side of it is that it's a rather large operation for what is considered to be a neighborhood establishment. So therefore, I really believe there should be some limitations on its operation, and I'll get to that in just one second. And the second part of it, which I had mentioned, is that I share a common wall with Mr. Fitzgerald, which in theory should not be a huge problem, and hopefully it won't be. But I do have to point out that everybody else who agreed with this particular establishment is not sharing a wall with Mr. Fitzgerald. I'm the only one who's sharing the wall. So, so I do have some concerns about noise mitigation. And in that context, in the spirit of cooperation, we actually did a quick test to check out what the noise, what potentially the noise levels will be. And given that he has not as yet installed any noise mitigation techniques, etc., still there is there's a 11-inch cinder block hollow wall between our two facilities, and that's supposed to provide approximately 50 dB of attenuation, even as a solid wall with no other measures taken. And he did turn up a little radio, and it was pretty much heard it clearly through the wall. So
what use do you make of your property?
I use it as a residence, So anyway, in that context, what I'm looking for is the assurance from the board that there can be some robust measures applied to that shared wall, because this is a rather large establishment and rather large operation that could be serving 100+ people up to 2 o'clock in the morning. So that, coupled with the fact that if there are maybe some limitations provided relative to the use of the facility, which could be things like closing at a more reasonable hour, which would be more in tradition with a biker cafe, not so much of a tavern or a restaurant, then maybe that would also be a suitable measure. Also, the other aspect of there's, in fact, I think even the planning member mentioned it. I think he said the words live entertainment, and that's been floating around for quite a while. I think that should actually be a restricted use of the facility, that there should never ever be allowed any live entertainment, because of the fact that we are still butting up against an R8 neighborhood. So those are my concerns, and those are the types of things that I would like to see addressed as part of the decision approval process.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite, can I read these quickly, we were trying to, okay. The board should add conditions to the hours of operation, as indeed the focus is a cafe and a restaurant. Closing time of 11 o'clock. Current plans have a tavern-like focus and feel. Board can impose such conditions. Conditions that no live entertainment be added in the future, and second floor is limited to the use of the business and use in case business is sold on concept fails. Sound issues in an R8 area, hence limits on hours of operation. Only this one property, no evidence, block was soundproofing must provide evidence of any. And then the outdoor tables, it would be nice if they were turned as Joanne had suggested. Plans differ from what was proposed to all three communities, just to put on record, because this has been going so long in so many different ways. Notice not properly posted with entire application and all conditions on the outside of the building is just being noted because we don't want this to be a common occurrence, that this happens again. I mean, that was not good, the way this was posted. Everyone's saying it was the fault of the zoning board, and yet the zoning board's not saying it's their fault, I don't think. So who is in blame, I don't know, but I think it's not good. And then the second floor is more like a gym and an office space, that's true, but if it helps them, what they're proposing, and it gives them some revenue. And then hopefully they have leases for everything they say they're gonna have tenants for upstairs, because we're giving up parking issues here, so I'll just put that on the record. And this is a photograph we can put on the record of basically what the inside looks like of a different place, but it looks sort of like that. He saw that. It has a mezzanine like they had just built. If you move those tables, you got the big bar on the side, it could basically give you an ambiance of that, of what could be filled in, versus a real cafe restaurant feeling.
Can I make one more point, sir? If you don't mind.
Briefly.
It'd be very briefly. Right, and it's just in the spirit of being a bicycle cafe and the 11 o'clock closing kind of thing, you know, one of the concerns I have is that, okay, you know, who rides their bicycle from 12 to 2 at night and goes out drinking and then also goes home and drives their bicycle? I'm actually concerned for the bicyclists that, you know, even from the city, from a liability perspective, that if you got people, because you don't have designated drivers for bicycles. You have designated drivers for cars, but you don't have them for bicycles, and that really could become a problem. So all these other bicycle cafes don't have that particular aspect to deal with, and I think it's a law of unintended consequences that should be considered.
Maybe that's why the other places do close at 11 in all the other states, I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Woolman.
Very briefly, I had a couple questions for Mr. Singh. The residence behind my client's building, is that your primary residence?
Yes.
So you live there full time,
Yes, I
and
do.
you use the building for residential use?
Yes.
It's my understanding there's a 2-story commercial sound studio in the building. Is that correct?
I use it as a basketball court.
Interesting. And you mentioned the quick test. My client actually spent 3 hours with you down there at the property, correct?
No, we're talking about the specific test to turn on the sound.
But my client spent 3 hours down there with you at your property, correct? And we also talked for a couple hours here 2 weeks ago, correct?
That is correct.
And he explained to you that he's going above what the code requires regarding insulation and things he's putting up on the back wall, correct?
That was what he stated.
He told you that,
It doesn't
correct?
mean that that's going to work.
But he did discuss that with you, correct?
Okay, did
Thank
he
you.
address the flanking
I
noise?
have nothing further,
Did he
Mr.
address the
Chairman.
flanking noise? Did you address the flanking noise, Mr. Fitzgerald?
I have nothing
Okay,
further, Mr.
fine.
Chairman.
Yes, I mean, what you're proposing as...
Sir, there's not a question that's pending. Mr. Woolman.
Sorry,
And
sir.
very briefly for the record, I'd like Mr. Fitzgerald just to briefly explain his efforts, which I think were extraordinary regarding community outreach that he's embarked upon over the last year and a half, I believe. Briefly, please. Thank you.
We met with all 3 relevant community organizations after meeting with Councilman Kraft as to how to proceed. We received the support from the Fells Point Residents Association, and then we went to Douglas Place Neighborhood Association for an informal meeting. Somehow we ended up meeting with Douglas Armstrong and Joan Floyd as well. I don't know what they were doing in Fells Point. Finally, Douglas Place gave us a hearing. They voted no. That board resigned, and then Douglas Place met again, and they voted overwhelmingly yes to support us. Then we had met with the Fells Point Community Organization. I sent them 3 emails asking for the results of their meeting, and Joanne Massachusetts wrote that letter, never responded. Called her twice as well. She never got back to me after the meeting, and I subsequently found out that they deferred to Douglas Place Neighborhood Association. I know pretty much everyone on the street. We lived on Dallas Street for a while. Certainly cyclists are part of the community, becoming a bigger part every day.
What are your proposed hours?
A big part of this cafe is opening at 7 o'clock in the morning for coffee. We're gonna have full coffee service all the way through lunch. Every B1 restaurant I think is 6 to 2. We don't anticipate staying open from 6 to 2. There's no business reason for it. Oh, there are Fridays and Saturdays, however, but no one wants to pay a payroll and utilities on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night till 2 o'clock in the morning unless there's a reason, and that reason's usually business. I don't anticipate that kind of business, honestly. I'm very hesitant to put restrictions upon myself where the Dinosaur Barbecue's gonna be open around the corner, the hotel is open around the corner. We don't know what, the future's gonna hold. But this is a fully functional bicycle cafe with a robust coffee service. Our coffee should be brought in from San Francisco. It's a legitimate operation.
Okay. It seems like your opposition is primarily focused on concerns over hours and sort of the ambient noise level that may be generated. And I can understand, ma'am, and any disturbance that might be made of adjoining property. So is there, it sounded like you're trying to incorporate some soundproofing measures within your establishment.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they were looking for some kind of accommodation as far as hours to, and since you are focused on the coffee aspect, I think that as the day goes on, people do tend to drink less coffee. Although I do understand that you're also going to be doing beer and alcohol service as well. But I think that the point is taken that if your primary customers, or you're looking to service our people who are coming and going via bike, the later in the evening it goes, people on bicycles after drinking alcohol may not be the greatest thing in the world. Any desire to shave down the hours or?
The proper venue for that, I believe, is that liquor board hearing. We have a MOU understanding with DPNA. It hasn't been ratified yet. We haven't reached that point. If we don't reach this hurdle for the restaurant, there's no point talking about that. So when we get to the liquor board stage, that's when I was going to sit down with the DPNA and finalize an MOU regarding all these issues. Unfortunately, this lady, Deborah Tempura, represents herself only. She doesn't represent the community in any way or anyone else besides herself.
Could you speak to the chairman regarding the sound mitigation that you're proposing to do beyond the...
So we've got above and beyond code. We're putting in 6 inches of sound insulation on the one shared wall that we share with Mr. DeLeet. It is a shared wall. We're putting in 6 inches of studs and then insulation and then 2 layers of drywall that overlap and cover all fasteners, drywall fasteners, so that the drywall does not get, the sound does not go through the drywall screw into the stud, then transmitted to the wall. The studs are actually offset from that wall by 1/2 inch, so there's no vibration going through. On his side of the wall, which I found out to my surprise of the day, all he has is paint. He doesn't have a finished wall on his side. He doesn't have any studs or insulation or drywall. And what I said to him,
brick?
Painted brick, painted cinder block. And what I said is, good neighbors share fences. I'll paint my side, you paint your side. I'm going to do what I need to do on my side, and even more some. But a good neighbor, you should put up some studs and drywall on your side too. I can't be expected to put 14 inches on my side because you don't want to put anything on your side. And that's where...
If you find your neighbors, you take your neighbors as you find them.
I think I found one.
If you're making noise, you can't expect a neighbor to build something.
He's got 5,000 square feet.
Wait. You
Sorry.
can't expect a neighbor to build something when they don't need anything to protect you from noise, to protect them from your noise.
He's got 5,000 square feet of warehouse on his side, which was a commercial sound studio operating an R8. I don't know what his intentions are. He says he uses it as a basketball court. We don't know in the future if he intends to produce music there or not, but that's what the building is. Seeing as he has no insulation on his side, we're a little bit concerned about noise going from his side of the wall into our operation. One hand washes the other.
You can make the complaint, but at this point, I would say to you that you take your neighbors as you find them.
And I think it's a point well taken, and I think he's addressing that via his testimony regarding the insulation that he's providing, and we're happy to make that a condition of the board's approval. I'd also just indicate in the spirit of compromise, we're willing to accept the condition regarding the second floor. There's no plans to expand anything to the second floor, and we're happy to accept that as a condition as well. Regarding hours, again, the restaurant business, I've got a lot of friends and colleagues in the business. It's a competitive business. It's a difficult business, especially this area of the city. I would ask that you take that into consideration, allow us to address that via an MOU with the liquor board in the future rather than limit him at this juncture.
Any questions?
Nope.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't understand.
We're off the
why.
record. All right, next case. Okay. Pimlico, okay, 2015-227, 4229 Pimlico Road is being postponed. All right. 2015-210, 1603 North Patterson Park Avenue, Anthony and Sandy Brown.
How you doing, sir?
All right, you're Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir.
All right, and Mr. Brown, we have this application to construct approximately 60 linear feet of 8-foot-high chain link fence in the rear yard of a single-family attached dwelling. Is that correct?
Actually, sir, it's 8-foot-high wood fence, sir.
Wood fence, okay. All right. If you can raise your hand and be sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
True, I do.
Okay. Do we have staff reports? Thank you. And this looks like it's at Patterson Park and Federal Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why are you looking for an 8-foot-high, well, 60 feet of 8-foot-high fencing?
Okay, well, I'm getting tired of people stealing my living room trash cans. The real reason is me and my wife run a daycare there, and we want to make sure that we can provide the kids a safe, secure area without looking at the blight that's around us. In addition to other people, stealing our trash cans. But the true reason is for the kids. We want to provide that and feel secure in our home as well.
All right. You've had a problem with theft in the past?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I brought maybe those aluminum trash cans I think cost about $30. I know I brought at least 8 of them.
Okay. And you do realize that you'll have to put the cans out at some point for the trash to be collected?
No, that's no problem. I can come out and I can set them out. And
Okay.
then after the trash man is left, I'll go back out and bring them in. That's no problem.
Okay.
But the real reason is for the daycare and the security, sir.
Okay. All right. And how many children do you have in the daycare?
8.
8. So it's a home daycare?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've got, it looks to be 25 by 13
Correct.
space in the back.
Also here, I'd like to submit to the board a petition. I have some homeowners, people of the community who want to support.
Okay. Any questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we're going to take a, call it, 5-minute break. We'll wait for Mr. Tanner. We'll call the next one. Okay, calling the next case, 2015-215, 1214 Union Avenue, R&G Group, care of George Joseph. Good afternoon, Ms. Junker.
Hello.
We have a, yes. We do? Okay.
We have someone that's running through their meter, but they won't be needed until later.
Okay, sure. And I don't recall, were you folks trying to get something worked out or not? I can't remember if you
Well,
were.
what was said is that there was no interest in discussion unless we were going to ask for a postponement. And
that's
because
right.
that issue had already been addressed previously at the meeting,
Okay.
unless there was resolution that could be sought, but it doesn't appear to be.
All right. And Ms. Junker, we have this as an application to construct a two-story, single-family detached dwelling with front access garage to the property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Can all those intending to give testimony raise their hands and be sworn, please?
Please swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. And do we have staff reports?
Yes. The Hampton Community Council, on behalf of the community of Hampton, at large opposition variances, has requested 1214 Union Avenue be disapproved. The Zoning and Land Use Committee was contacted by the developer less than a month before the hearing. During their meeting, they asked the developer for some input from the neighbors and their specific reasons for the variances requested. We discussed the history of the property, community density, pedestrian concerns, as well as their future plans for the property. During the meeting, we realized there were still unanswered questions. We asked that the developer to seek a postponement to allow for further discussion and investigation. While the developer seemed interested in further input, we feel further due diligence is required, which would require and necessitate a postponement. We have a letter from a resident. As a resident of the 1300 block of Union Avenue, I fully support the zoning of a new single-family home being built on the 1214 Union Avenue. There is a neighbor on the block trying to stop the construction of the house. She states that the house plans are out of character for the block. No such match houses exist. There is no character to the block. All the houses are different. She just seems this is her personal nature. On countless occasions, there are teenagers urinating on the lot. I have seen kids and adults throw their trash onto the lot. Homeless people sleeping on that lot. I would love the idea of someone building a house on the lot. Another letter writes that the association will try to send a representative to the hearing today. There's another letter from another resident. It is my understanding that variances have been requested by the owner of the lot. I, as a resident of Hampton, ask that the variances be denied. And then we have planning's report.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed the application, noted that this is an R7 zoned property, therefore the single-family detached dwelling is a permitted use. The issues basically facing this are, first, that there are variances required for the side yard setbacks in order to make it possible to build something realistically on this property. If the variances were not granted, the building would only be 11 feet wide, which is not really logical in today's market. The department is concerned about the question of a front-loading garage house and considers that inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. It notes that there is a driveway next door at 1220 Union Avenue, which provides parking at the side and rear of that property. And therefore, the department recommends approval of a single-family dwelling, subject to the condition that the applicant receive approval for a curb cut on Union Avenue to provide access to any off-street parking which the board may require, or subject to finding that there is a practical difficulty with providing any off-street parking, which would, of course, ultimately mean a variance of the parking requirement. The department recommends disapproval of a single-family dwelling with a front-loading garage, as this would be incompatible with the prevailing historic development pattern and housing types of the Hampton community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Junker.
May I just get one point for clarification? The planning department opposes a single-family dwelling with a front-loaded garage, but it does not oppose a single-family dwelling with either no available parking or a side driveway, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. We are here before you requesting variances. We're actually here before you per the application requesting yard variances because in order to comply with the zoning regulations, we would be non-compliant. Because if we were to provide the yard setbacks, the house would be less than 16 feet wide, and zoning requires any current single-family development to be a minimum of 16 feet wide. So by the very nature of the restriction of the zoning regulations, to be in compliance, we would not be able to provide parking, and we would have a structure that is less than 16 feet wide. So the undue hardship and impracticality is apparent in the code itself.
I
So,
thought that the planning department said that one of their preferences was that there be a driveway, so instead of the house covering most of the width of the lot,
right,
you would have a driveway there, and that driveway would provide your parking.
that's correct, but what I'm saying is if we are in compliance with the yard setbacks, we can't have a house that's 16 feet wide, and we're here for the yard setback. We don't have a problem with providing a side yard parking access and pursuing the curb cut. We're perfectly happy with modifying the plans to have a 20-foot wide dwelling to allow for parking on the side and eliminating the front car garage. But any solution requires a variance, otherwise no house can be built at all on this property. It would be an unbuildable lot. And the lot was actually disposed of by Baltimore City with the stated and expressed requirement that a single-family dwelling be put on this property. And if we were to comply with every zoning regulation to construct a single-family dwelling in the R7 district on this site, we would be out of compliance because the resulting project would be a less than 16-foot wide house. So we are before the board for a variance, whichever one it turns out to be, we are amenable to, but a variance is required to be in compliance with the housing requirements that a house must be built on this property. So, to respond to the comment from Martin French's Department of Planning, we are more than happy to dispose of the front-loading garage access design. We are happy to modify the proposed structure to be 20-foot wide and to provide parking on the side yard, just like the abutting property. So that is a non-issue. We're happy to comply with that.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question about the conveyance?
Of course.
So it was conveyed by MCC to your client?
Through the housing, was it through the housing, HB housing, the Housing Authority of Baltimore City, HABC.
Excess property. Conveyed it directly to your
Yes.
client or to MCC first?
I can't answer that. Can you answer that? Are you asking if it was sold through the mayor and city council or sold through HABC?
Right, I mean, so.
Housing and urban development.
So I'm trying to understand why they conveyed it with the single purpose.
Because that's the requirement that they dispose of buildable lots. It is an infill lot, and any infill lot is allowed to be developed with what previously existed. And what previously existed was a single-family dwelling.
Which would be consistent with HABC, not NCC.
Yes, that is correct. So title, which is, and that's who I stated, convey the property. This is the structure that previously existed, and it was demolished prior to the ownership taken by Mr. Joseph. George Joseph is one of the owners of the property. So this is the previously existing structure that once occupied the lot. And no parking was provided for the previous existing structure. So quite frankly, it's grandfathered to not require parking. But we're willing to provide an off-street parking space, not in a front-loaded garage, but in the side yard where it is permitted.
Mr. French, the planning department's objection to the front-loading garage is just simply because it's, I guess all of the other houses don't have front-loading garages?
Basically, it's a style dwelling that is not represented in Hamden by and large.
It is represented obviously in certain areas of new development in some other parts of the city, but not in Hamden.
Is this in a historic district?
It's a National Register Historic District. So the department obviously, although National Register districts don't have specifically enforceable provisions with regard to new construction or infill construction, would like to see something that is consistent with the typical housing that's being developed in that area.
But didn't the city knock down the house that was there?
Well, if it was the housing authority, that is not the city government, ironically. And technically, Baltimore City has no direct control over the decisions of the Housing Authority of Baltimore City.
That is also true.
It also looks like it may have been, and since it's not relevant, it might have been a multi-family dwelling at some point.
So, Ms. Junker, if you narrow this house down to 20 feet, what's your side yard setback? Is it going to be the same as on the drawings here?
Well, we would have to go to 0 because we wouldn't be able, because we need to put the parking. The property's 30 feet wide. So we're here regardless for a setback variance.
So you
We're
would
just
go-
modifying the scope of the
So
setback.
you would go to a 0 lot line?
Yes.
On that proposal?
Yes, but we would be providing parking as required in the side yard, even though we're grandfathered to have no parking. It's like trying to find the least intrusive solution to a by right purpose.
Okay.
Just to show though, this is a Hamden structure that was newly constructed in the Hamden district, which clearly is not to the character either of the Hamden community design. So we're not challenging the Department of Planning's position. We're just saying that character has not always been complied with when it comes to new construction in historical districts. But we're not challenging the front-loading garage issue.
So next, I just want to zero in on this, the house next to you on the opposite side where the driveway would be, is that?
That's on the property line itself. That house also has a 0 lot line requirement.
Okay, so you're going to have two buildings touching each other?
No, actually, what would happen is, if you're looking at this, you see the car?
Yeah.
That's a parking for
Right.
the other house, so that has 10 feet, and they're parking in the side setback. Then we would have the house, we would have our parking here. Okay, so no, there would always be 10 feet between the houses.
Well, that was my point.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to make sure you weren't.
No, we're not creating a duplex or a semi-detached, no. The intention, if we're gonna comply with the non-front loading garage and we're going to put parking on the side, it would be 0 setback for the abutting property owner, 10 foot for parking, 20 feet for the structure, 10 feet for the neighbors abutting parking. So we would continue with the detached single-family dwelling design.
Okay.
And then if you were, I guess, your proposed plan, or maybe formerly proposed plan, I don't know. You've got, what's that clearance there? 5 feet?
We currently are showing, you're talking about the currently proposed structure is 25 foot wide, 20 foot,
And your lot is 30?
yes. So what we would have to do is modify the design, remove the front loading garage, and then we would have to shorten the width to make it a 20 foot wide structure.
All right, and then also I see that, I guess another, see on the other side, there would have been, I guess, that 1 foot space, but then as you pointed out, there's just the driveway that's there.
Right, so we're gonna have to shift that over in terms of getting maximum house width in
Gotcha.
absence of the other house width. So no two houses will be contiguous.
Right.
And that's in response to the preferred design by the planning department. And we're providing off-street parking. And again, I just keep reiterating, we're not obligated to provide off-street parking because we're grandfathered for not providing it, but it's in the best interest of the community.
Okay, anything further?
Not at the moment. Thank
Ma'am?
you.
Hi, my name is Shannon Wren. We actually have a neighbor here. If we could get him sworn in, is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm here today on behalf of the Hamden Community Association. We were told about this property about a month ago, actually, from planning. We got an email, and we were contacted on, I think, June 26th with the actual plans, because the plans weren't available online, and no one from the city could send us the plans. We only were presented the plans on June 7th, which was last week, so less than a week to try to organize, and they told us, July 7th, sorry. And they said that they would give us 24 hours and they'd let us know about a postponement, which is something we need to know, because if we are in charge of going to talk to the neighbors, and if we are in charge of getting the community organized, and if we are in charge of showing the plans to people, we need to have some notice. 24 hours went by, they said they still hadn't made a decision. The weekend went by, still no decision. So here today, I'm still like, are we having a postponement? Are we not having a postponement? Because as volunteers in the community, we need a little bit of time to be able to get this together. We were given less than a month. The plans still aren't available online. And a lot of the information that she's saying today, totally new to me. We have Luke here today, he's a neighbor. He has actually talked to the owner, but he gave him his phone number, he tried to get the information, the plans. He has only first seen the plans today. A lot of what they said sounds somewhat reasonable, something that we could work with, but given the very limited time limit, there was no way that we could actually work something out. And so we don't feel like they were actually working with the community in good faith. On top of the fact that they weren't able to answer simple questions of when was the property demolished?
We don't know.
And we were given some conflicted information as far as this being his retirement home, and he was telling a lot of people in the neighborhood that he was just trying to build his dream retirement home and not giving them the plans and not actually answering substantive questions about what the home was going to look like. We also had no idea that they were required to build the house, which I think would have affected our decision of what we wanted to do. And we weren't told about if the variance was required and they actually wanted to work with the community to come up with something, we would have needed more time. And then on top of it, we were just sort of, I don't know, there's no way that we can have that sort of turnaround in less than a month. Most community associations only meet once a month. So I don't know, Luke, if you have anything else to say, or if he needs to get sworn in to say anything.
Yes, you would need to be, sir. Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So, I guess from my perspective, I did see the plans for the first time today.
First of all, where do you live?
I live at 1220, I actually own the house with the driveway right next to the property. That's why I'm so concerned about this.
Your full name, sir?
Luke Gerald Coleman. I've spoken with Mr. Joseph, I believe, several times. And in fact, we've had a friendly engagement. I actually called him about making sure the property was maintained, and rather than alerting the city, trying to be a good neighbor. I did see Mr. Joseph canvassing on Thursday, but he did not knock on my door. And in fact, he says he came by on Sunday, but I was home up until the evening when I go to church, and I did not receive any contact from him. And I would like the ability to digest this information with my wife, considering it's right on our property line. Not only that, but there are some concerns based upon the plans. I've been doing some research on the plans since I saw them about, I don't know, several hours ago. The top of the gable of the house is going to be 26 feet, and my house is a 3-story house. I have windows on the 3rd story that look out directly. And so this would be blocking my sight lines. There's a lot of things I need to discuss with my wife. I would appreciate the time to actually digest the information and actually have an opinion about it rather than have to react instantly.
Okay, so I guess what you're saying is that you're really what you're looking for is you're pressing the request for a postponement, and that you haven't really had sufficient time to say one way or the other what your feelings are on the plans.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is that, Mr. Joseph and I, we have a relationship, and I would like the ability to discuss it with my wife and discuss it with him and the plans and come to an agreement as a community, as well as with my neighbors. Because some of my neighbors have expressed concern about it, but others are in full agreement. So I think it's only fair to allow the community to be engaged with this rather than force the issue quickly.
Okay. Was the property posted?
Yes, the property was well posted, and the issue here is that they want design input, and we have to tread very lightly because originally the exact quote that I got from the person who attended the meeting along with Mr. Joseph is that they were post all development, and the fact that it's news that they are entitled to build shows you that it suddenly changes the perspective. And I believe there's a little bit of a slippery slope if we postpone because we want design input. Because usually people are here because houses block lines of sight, not because they're below the sight line and it's what they see. And so either we're going to be too tall and we're going to block what they see out of the window, or we're now too short and now they can see at our roof. So the issue is there are very limited design that can actually be put forth and approved by the Department of Planning. So we're going to have to now work with the community input to design a property, or the planning department to design a property, and what is just a simple single-family dwelling that is here because the zoning regulations are restrictive to the site development is now causing a postponement request, because not because the house is being built, which he is entitled to build, but because they want input on how the house is going to look, which the planning department has now weighed in on, saying that they can't have the front loading garage. Now we can't have a gabled roof because they can see it out of the third floor windows. Everything about this proposed structure is in compliance, except for the degree of compliance we're obligated to meet with the zoning code, which puts it out of compliance. So as far as trying to communicate, it's been stated two different ways. One, multiple conversations have been had with the property owner, and two, hasn't ever heard anything about the property being developed. So it's one or the other. And quite frankly, the communications have been had with surrounding neighbors, and it has been spoken to. By signing the form, I approve the new residential single-family development on 1214 Union Avenue, Baltimore, Maryland, and it's a proposed two-story development approvals. And there's a significant number on the block, around the block, but within the community. Yes, I am offering that, to show that communications have been had. So for the Hamden Community Association to request a postponement to speak to the community members, it is not their responsibility, quite frankly. It's the property owner's responsibility. And the property owner has made good faith attempt to speak to as many neighbors as possible, even in sharing these plans that go with it. So the proposed development and the design that was originally going to be put forth, they were shown at the meeting, has been shown at the community association that was had with Mr. Joseph. So,
Would you like to see this?
and so, that being said, attempts and efforts and completion of community communications, which doesn't even require design approval by the community members, but is a good faith and courtesy attempt to share your intent to develop. He's not looking to develop three-story house. He's not looking for mixed use. He's not looking to violate the front or rear yard setbacks, which are the most intrusive. By pure zoning regulation compliance, he is out of compliance.
Oh, sorry.
Because he cannot comply with the setbacks, because then his house will be less than 16 feet wide. So if he's to comply with the setbacks, he will be non-compliant with the minimum of the 16-foot wide requirement. And to be in compliance with the 16-foot minimum requirement, he's out of compliance with the setbacks. So the purpose that we're here for today is a side yard setback, because the zoning regulations restrict his ability to build a house, which he not only is by right entitled to do on the site, but obligated to do as a result of the transfer from HABC to private ownership. And that's what we're asking for. We don't see the basis for the request for a postponement, just to see if we can get other people concerned with the proposed design.
They told us that when we had the first meeting, they told us that if they followed the zoning code, the house could only be 5 foot wide, which is why we didn't think that if the zoning code was followed that there would be a build. So I think we were given some misinformation. And
Well, no, I think what she means is that there's a 15-foot side yard setback. So if you set back from both
so what they told us is that they
sides,
weren't granted the
feet.
variances at the hearing today, that the house would be 5 foot wide, which is impractical. And so that made us think.
Illegal.
It's illegal.
So
Yeah.
when we heard that, and because they weren't able to answer a lot of the other questions we had, we were like, okay, we need to do research on this. This doesn't seem to make sense to us. And because they weren't able to give a lot of those answers or sort of talk us through them a little bit more, we didn't feel like we could make a decision. And they were like, okay, can you give us some input? And I was like, we can't give any input. I don't even know that the house can be 5 foot wide.
There's posting's not an issue. There was notice that was given. Everyone's here. Communication may not have been optimal as far as sharing of plans and whatever. Certainly there was an opportunity to have dialogue before today. It was had. There hasn't been agreement. The parties don't agree presumably don't agree on certain aspects of the house. Only certain portions of the design of the house really are in front of us. But as far as a postponement request, I don't really see a basis for that. Because as I said, that everyone received notice, it was properly posted. So postponement request is denied, and we're here to hear.
But then doesn't
Yeah,
that make
opposite.
community involvement sort of a farce? Because how are we even supposed to get back in touch with people with less than a month's time in less than a week?
Well, we're bound by the statutory requirements of posting. If it's posted, properly posted, the statute tells us that's adequate time. I mean,
But
that's the only time frame that we have to go by.
That's right.
What the law tells us.
Mm-hmm. But do you guys not want community input?
No, we do, and that's why when I believe that it's on the forms that get submitted for zoning appeals that that property owners are encouraged to reach out to their representative community associations. We certainly can't require that or enforce that. But we certainly do encourage it. As far as the notice period that we can require, it's the one that's set out under the code. And so parties are required to post the property continuously every day for 3 weeks. Yes, I know. And that is the notice that the mayor and the city council have set out in ordinance. It actually had been 2 weeks before they extended it to 3 weeks, so that community members can receive notice of the projects that are going on in their neighborhood, and they can find out from either the zoning office or from the property owner what exactly is being proposed, and to get any information or to form whatever
But when we
opinions or
first talked to the
positions
city,
they
they
have.
weren't even able to give us plans.
Well, I'm not sure who it was.
I can
to
send you
whom
the email.
spoke. Well, ma'am, I'm not contesting that. What I am telling you is that as far as
And this is a farce. There's no really community input if you're going to give us less than a month.
Excuse me, I'd like to interrupt because one of the notes.
No, you may not.
Okay.
Ma'am, the only period that is set out in law that we can require
I'm not arguing with
is
about
3
the
weeks.
law as far as they posted it. They obviously posted it, but as far as any sort of substantive interaction from the community, you guys are disallowing that if we were given less than a month turnaround. And if we were given less than a week today, and I had to take off, I'm not making any money off of this. I am having to take off work. I'm losing money today to
I
be
understand.
here.
I
And if you guys want people to be involved in the community, you're going to have to give us a little bit more than that. We can't. We really can't.
Well, you need to address that. I'm not being smart, but you need to address that to the mayor and city council, because we can only do what the law says. And that the law says adequate notice is the posting time.
Additionally,
That's what we're bound by.
Well, then if we're here today on the substantive issues, then that's a completely different matter, but we weren't given a response as far as the postponement. And then if we're going on that sort of level, then we weren't even given the accurate facts up until this point. But we do think that there's a lot of issues with traffic, especially with the garage, as mentioned previously. And there were just some other issues that we would have presented, and we would have put things together very differently today.
Or are you opposed to the garage, or would you not be opposed to the driveway design?
So our whole response to them was we couldn't. I'm coming from the community association, so I don't get to speak as one voice. I mean, I'm trying to speak as one voice for a lot of people,
Yes, there's
and
a
so
consensus.
I can't just come in here and say this is what we're okay with, this is not what we're okay with, without actually talking to the neighbors, without talking to people beyond the committee, without having discussions about this. And discussions take more than a week.
That's true, though, given that the property was posted, anyone who wanting to attend could attend. They aren't bound to just send a community association representative. Anyone can come and voice their views. You've seen it in several of the
Well, then
hearings
if
today.
the community association doesn't count today, perhaps at least you guys would take in consideration what the neighbors said. And if we're talking about the garage,
Take in
or-
consideration all views that are expressed. That's the other thing, is that we also take in letters We read them, emails, we read them into the record.
But you guys didn't
we
even
consider
get some
them.
of the emails and letters today.
We submitted a list of dozens of people who have verified that they've reviewed the plans, and they are members of the community, and they are also represented by the community association. So actually, there has been a positive response to notification, acceptance, and appreciation for the proposal.
Yes,
If
because
you
I
do not,
posted the plans on our website.
no,
and I
he went and
posted
spoke to them. He went and spoke
The
to them.
people that I heard that talked to him said that he was building his dream home for retirement, but his wife doesn't actually retire until 2021. And it's fine if he's gonna if he's just gonna sell the property. That's fine, just don't lie to us.
I can't speak to the details of communication, but speaking about lying, I would like to read into record one of the members of the attendance of the meeting that was held, and it was said, last night's meeting was interesting to say the least. A woman by the name of Shannon Wren on the Hamden Community Council was in charge of most of the meeting. She was very vocal about Hamden being a non-development community and how there really was no community compromise to allowing any new development to happen on this property. There were 4 other community council members in attendance, but Shannon was definitely the predominant negative opinion. Her main comments were she thinks the site is a side yard for the neighbors, even though there was a building on this site less than 10 years ago, and that Hamden pretty much does not allow new development anymore. She mentioned the board has already raised large concerns about the project, but couldn't say what their specific concerns were. So in response to not having, and this is an email from, well, actually it was from Tierney Peterson, who is the designer of the plans. Mr. Joseph was in attendance of the meeting and can confirm the content of this email. So the point is, because there was not a lot of substantive information to go on working with the community association itself is supposed to represent the members of the community. Mr. Joseph took it upon himself to speak to the members of the community directly. And that is the document that I submitted onto the record with the supporting plans that were shown to each of those people he spoke with. He also attempted to try to speak to the neighbor that is here currently today, and that conversation cannot be had to include the plans. So all good faith effort has been made to speak to the community members for which the community association itself is supposed to be in representation of. The absence of any negative comments, emails, letters is not to the detriment of our preparation because there's been adequate time to respond accordingly.
Can I at least respond to her reading into
I am
the record
responding.
something that's not true? So we've had a lot of developers in Hamden. We keep getting more and more of them. So I was telling them the different rays of opinions we've had because I hadn't had a chance to talk to the neighbors. So Mary Pat Clark at our last meeting came in and said she's against all of these type of developments, anything that looks like a side yard. She thinks that all of the green space is getting sucked up. And I told them that because in fairness, I couldn't say what the neighbors thought about this development in particular because I didn't have time to talk to the neighbors. So I was repeating what Mary Pat Clark had said at our meeting, and there are many vocal people at our regular meetings that say no development whatsoever. And so I was letting him know that, because I think in all fairness, that opinion is out there. And we were just talking about what was out there. And then they wanted very specific things about what we wanted changed to the house, and I said, I can't do that, because I don't know enough. We just got the plans, we're just looking at it, we haven't gotten to talk to anyone else. I honestly thought I was being very fair by letting them know that that sort of feeling was out there in the community, but not that it was my particular feeling on anything. It was just expressing what I had heard previously, and as a representative of the community, I thought it was important to show that that sort of extreme feelings were out there. Not that we were sort of trying to perpetuate that, but that was definitely some of the feedback that we've been given at open meetings recently.
And in response, Mr. Joseph, the property owner, went and spoke to as many neighbors as he possibly can with the plans.
And I get that part. We're here on 2 questions for variances. One is for lot coverage, the other one is for the side yard setback. The question of use of the property isn't a part of the hearing because use as a single family dwelling is something which is permitted as of right. So the question is just simply, should or shouldn't the variances that are being sought be granted? Mr. Tanner, were there any letters or emails or correspondence which were received from community members or from any interested parties received into the file?
Yes.
think we read those at the beginning.
Yeah, Bob, read them,
Mhm.
we had but 3 of them, so. Neighbors, 1 in support and 2 in opposition. We had the community council's letter.
Okay.
We were also told that there would be a letter from Councilman Mosby.
We did not receive that.
All right, so we've received into the record and read into the record correspondence we received from community members who couldn't be here. That information is in the record. We do consider that when we hear all of our cases. So the notice is out there to encourage and to allow for public participation. We receive that into the record and we use that as part of the deliberative process with our cases.
And I would like to say that Maritime Park has specifically fought against subdivision of existing lots into smaller lots that create the impression of infill development, which is not this case. This is an existing lot. There's no subdivision involved.
I was saying that when we had our hearing, our committee meeting, which they didn't express to us that this was built by right. So I was expressing what we had seen with subdivisions.
Right.
I just didn't have all of the information.
wanted to
Yeah,
say
thank
that.
you. No, I appreciate the clarification.
Sir, I want to make sure you have an opportunity to address this on the merits. You spoke to us procedurally about the postponement, but do you have any comments about the issues that are before us?
I think that my concerns with the variance would mostly be related to concerns about the construction being right up against my property where I park my vehicles, right up against my house, possible damage to property. Yeah, I mean, I honestly haven't had enough time to really consider all the issues because it's been a matter of hours since I've even heard the fact that it would no longer be, today was the first day I heard that they wanted 1 foot off of my property line, that they wanted to build a house, and now they're talking about directly on the property line. So it seems to me that the plans are floating right now, and I think there needs to be some consideration. But that's just my personal opinion. Mr. Joseph and I have a cordial relationship. I don't have any issues with him. I just would appreciate, I think the variance issue on my side of the property is undesirable.
In response to that, if we were to put the parking on his side of the property line, then we now have 0 setbacks and we're now 100% abutting the other structure. So that was the reason why we are placing the parking on, if we're looking at the property, if we place the parking on the right side of the structure, on the parking pad, then we now have 15 feet between each structure, because we would have 10 feet between, because the other property line is abutted to directly with a 0 setback structure.
Well, looking at that block, I do see that in a number of instances you have exactly that. You have 2 houses that are adjoining. I see that they're at the corner. I think your house, is it adjoining?
My house is technically a duplex.
Yes. And then I see at the end of the block, again. So the idea that, I mean, I think that there's precedent in this block that there's.
We don't have a problem with it.
Houses, but
What we were doing was responding to the initial board's concern that we were gonna be creating a duplex structure. And I can't speak off the top of my head to what the different variances are, but we're talking about something different if we become a duplex. I don't think it becomes greater. I just think that we wanna be careful that we make sure that we're addressing this as a duplex instead of a detached single-family dwelling. I think they become easier, but the bottom line is that there's no problem with building it as a duplex. What we don't know if there are any windows on the side of this property. We have to be careful there. It doesn't look like there are on the lower level, but I can't speak to it definitively. And then if there are windows there, we have to be 3 feet from the property line, and then our house has to become even smaller. So, I mean, there's really not going to be an advantage to either property owner.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's gonna have a zero setback
Sure.
in order to comply with the other regulations. So, or the board has the option to waive the parking requirement because we are grandfathered in, and then we can set it in 5 feet on each side. And then it maintains its detached. It is not obligated to have parking. Planning department wants parking. So,
Well,
and so,
I
and I'm
think in
just,
fairness to the community association and the community, we know that this is a area that is parking deficient.
right, and so
We
to
certainly
provide
don't wanna
parking means
compound
some.
that problem.
And understood, and that, and I'm not asking for no parking, what I'm saying is, front-loading garage takes away our ability to have 5-yard setbacks on each side. Side yard parking to get rid of the front-loading garage means somebody's got a 0-yard setback abutting neighbor. Having it abut to the left side means that there's 15 feet between one house and 10 feet between another. A 10-foot to the other side means we
And
have a
this is-
0-yard setback.
So this is where I'm getting with this, is that typically what we have when plans are presented, I think I understand your position, or you might have been a little bit whipsawed by planning. But typically when plans come in front of us, there is a plan that's being presented, not a series of alternatives.
Right.
And I think that with the input that you received today from planning, you've gone from having a plan that's being presented to a series of alternatives that are being presented.
Not really, but okay.
Well, you've
No,
said-
we're
I mean-
ready to move it to the property line and make it 20 feet wide. I could tell you specifically now, we're willing to build a 20-foot by X feet by 5.
Sure,
But now we
but-
don't want it for construction reasons next to a side yard parking space. So, and then I can promise you, this person next to him isn't gonna want a duplex because now we're gonna
Okay.
be tearing off the side.
Okay, but the problem is, I don't see that on a piece of paper in front of me, and we don't see that as being like something that's being proposed. Where you're saying is it's something that you can do and something which you will assure us of doing, but it's not something that's actually being proposed right now. And even to the point of the location of the house, whether it's to the left side of the lot, to the right side of the lot, all of these things are all sort of variables that, to your credit, you're saying that you're willing to be flexible on, but none of which you're choosing.
No, I can make a choice right now. I don't have a problem making a choice right now. That's
I'm
the-
not seeing a definitive plan that's being presented.
Well, I could literally draw a line right down the proposed plan, removing 5 feet and adding the parking and moving forward. But now what's gonna happen, because where I'm seeing this going, is a postponement's gonna be recommended, is I'm gonna come back after communicating with the neighbor who's going to be said, you know what? The neighbor to the left actually showed up, doesn't want construction happening over his side yard parking space, but we're now gonna propose a duplex and he's gonna say no. So now we're gonna be back and we're gonna have a lot more opposition, and it's gonna be, it's not gonna be any different, except we're gonna have another CAD drawing. So that's my
I
concern.
agree with Chairman Washington. I mean, to me, there's one proposal before us,
Mhm.
and we're gonna vote yes or no on this proposal. If you wanna submit another proposal, you're gonna have to submit it to us.
So we're gonna have to repost, and we're gonna have to re-present to the community association, and we're gonna have to re-talk to all the neighbors?
Repost?
Yeah, David?
No, because you're not,
Okay.
you're not proposing
We're just gonna
anything
modify
different.
our proposed design?
We would notify all parties
Okay,
without.
Right, but we can't, you know,
Okay.
we're gonna vote on this unless you tell us not to.
okay.
Potentially, if you attach to the other side, you don't even need to come back here because it complies. 10-foot side yard setback for semi-detached homes.
35% lot coverage?
You meet the requirement. You could potentially come up
Avoid.
with a permitted site that doesn't even need a variance. Just throw that out into the mix.
Okay, then we will accept the unstated recommended for the postponement.
But we could also get you back in quickly,
I understand.
so that we're not
Yeah.
unjustly delayed.
Just be clear, we're not recommending a proposal, that your
No,
decision.
no, you're not overtly recommending a postponement.
We're not recommending anyone.
Okay.
In any manner, in any way.
Okay,
It's your decision.
okay. Okay, we recommend a postponement to
You
redesign the
request
house.
one?
We request one. I recommend a postponement, and we are requesting a postponement, to redesign the structure. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. 2015 -215 1214 Union Avenue is postponed.
Thank you.
Next, 2015-216, 4703 Garrison Boulevard, William Elliott. Hi. Okay, Mr. Elliott, we have this as an application, use the premises as a restaurant and carryout, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you can raise your hand and be sworn, please.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, do we have staff reports?
Yes, I do.
We have a letter from Councilwoman Sharon Middleton indicating, as the councilwoman representing the 6th District of Baltimore City, please accept this letter as an opposition to the appeal referenced above, scheduled for July 14th. The appellant has not had any conversations with the community leaders, nor has he attended any community association meetings to inform residents of his intentions for the use of the property. I personally talked with Mr. Elliott and advised him that prior to moving forward with his request, that he should meet with the association's president, and that his outreach efforts to the community would demonstrate a measure of good citizenship. I, along with the many concerned stakeholders in the community, would ask that you would not approve the request, as the community has not had the opportunity to hear from Mr. Elliott and consider the impact of his request will have on the community. And then there's planning's report.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed the application, which was stated as being for a restaurant or cyber cafe and a carry-out food shop. The carry-out food shop would be a prohibited use in this particular B1 neighborhood business district. The restaurant would be a change of non-conforming use. The applicant is, as the department understands it, not proposing to provide live entertainment and dancing or any such thing, or accessory outdoor table service at this site. Therefore, the department has no objection to approval of a restaurant only at this location. Thank you.
So it's restaurant with no carryout. Okay. All right, Mr. Elliott. I guess a couple of questions. First of all, the councilwoman has asked that you consider the request for postponement. That's something which is in your discretion. You can say yes, or you can say no.
Well, I would say no to that, and if I had the ability to address that, I would, but that's up to you all. I talked to the president of the community association, and the response I got from him was totally obstructionist. He wasn't going to do it. He didn't want to hear about it, and I told him when the hearing was, and I would bring him the paperwork over and let him see it. And he said it was too short of a time frame, and he wouldn't do it. So I said, okay. We posted the requirements on the wall as we, so the community knows. People have stopped there and spoken with us. The carry-out next to us is closed. People are knocking on our door like we have food there. I have multiple page petition that I had signed asking to, or at least informing people that we were going to do this there. And unfortunately, my son, who was working with me, has some of them, but I have about 4 or 5 of those pages with me right now, and I can provide the rest of those. So the community at large, as far as knowing what's going to go on there, I think a lot of the community does know because it's on the main thoroughfare. It's posted. People have stopped and asked us about it. So I don't believe that they're representing the community by blocking this or delaying it. And that's my only expression of concern about their concern.
Okay. And the second issue is, as indicated by planning, they don't support the request for a restaurant and carryout because carryout isn't a permitted or conditional use in this zoning district.
That's my main reason for being here. So to see if we can make this a restaurant carry out because right now it's a dress shop.
Okay. Then it may be a short conversation. The problem is that in your zoning district, B11, carry-out food shops aren't listed as aren't among the either permitted or conditional uses. So within every zoning district, there are a list of permitted uses. Then there's a list of conditional uses, and some of those require board approval, some of them require mayor and city council approval. And then whatever uses aren't on either of those two lists aren't permitted.
Okay.
So carry-out food shops here aren't identified as either permitted or conditional, so therefore they're prohibited. Now, there could be a possible exception there if there's a prior history
Well,
of
that's what I
that
wanted to
there.
share. I wanted to provide you these because they show there's a carry out next to me.
Well, that's next door.
Next door.
Is that on the same property?
It's on the same property. We as my spot, there's a.
I guess what I'm hearing from Mr. Tanner is that it's not the same property as yours, it's a different lot. Although as I'm looking here.
Well, I have a picture of the whole lot and the whole block and the site plan to show you where it is. And you have a barber shop with a common wall with me. And the sub shop that just closed has a common wall with the barber shop. So it's 10 feet from my door. That's why
Well, it can be 10 feet from your door, but yet be on a different
Lot.
Okay.
Different
Yeah,
piece of
and
property.
Looking at the plat here, you're on lot 18, your
Right.
proposal for 18D, next to you is 18E, so that is a totally separate lot.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So the carryout wouldn't be approvable. The restaurant cafe, that's different. That would be or approvable. That rather could be approvable, but the carryout would not be.
Okay. Well, we can. The plans as you see right there are set up for a restaurant for us to be serving food inside.
And
So-
that's why I brought that up,
Yeah.
because as I looked at your plans, I do see that you've got more of a traditional restaurant type layout than strictly a carryout. So
Right,
it
that's
struck me
correct.
as that you've got the ability to actually be a restaurant and not just to be a carryout.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. But to be clear, in order to
cannot
operate
be a
as
carryout.
a restaurant, it has to be for on-premises consumption, not
That's fine.
preparation of food for off-premise consumption.
In our description of what we want to do there, it specifically talks about preparing food to be eaten in. And it would have been nice if it could have been a carryout, but if it can't, it can't. So.
All right. And then there's no alley or anything like that behind the
There's no alley behind
property,
it.
right? No. Okay. You can't park there. Okay. Any questions?
No.
Thank you.
All right, sir.
Okay. Next up, 2015-217, 4660 through 62 York Road, Nathaniel Green. Who told you?
Had I known. Trading my water bottle in for a hot chocolate.
All right, Mr. Green, we have this as an application to house 2 dwelling units on the second and third floors with first floor commercial uses and 2 off-street parking spaces in the rear yard, all as a mixed-use, multiple-family attached dwelling. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. Can all those intending to give testimony raise their hands and be sworn, please?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And do we have staff reports?
Yes, we have a letter from the Wilson Park Northern Association. The property is located at 4660 York Road, has been vacant for at least 4 to 5 years, and 4662 York Road currently serves as the Discount Tobacco and Grocery, which is a major loitering hub and possible place for the area drug dealers to hide their drugs. The particular section of the 4600 block of York Road is a crime spot, and the Baltimore City Police are stationed on York Road in cars and foot patrol. Adding an extension to the grocery model store to 4660 will not only improve or enhance the safety of the area or quell the public's concern of other dangers. And then we have planning's report.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed the application, noted this property is located in a B22 zoning district, which does permit dwellings. The proposed use is a conditional use conversion of a building for use by more than one family, specifically 2 families. The property does have the lot area required for that purpose. The property could provide off-street parking in the rear, up to 2 spaces, via an access referred to as Kern York Lane in the plat map. The department therefore recommends approval of this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Green.
Yes, sir. As Mr. French did say, we meet all bulk regulations for this particular property. The 2 properties have been consolidated. They have 2 storefronts, and proposed apartments would be double size because they're just having one across the first floor, one across the second floor. Actually, the owner intends to occupy the second floor apartment, and they're gonna open their own grocery store there. They're aware of the drug issues in that particular neighborhood, that strip. And I'll be honest with you, when I went there, I was a little uncomfortable because it's open drug traffic out there. Now, her intention is her and her son, and she wants to get over there in time to register her son for school, move into the second floor apartment, and she wants to terminate the lease with the current tenants. She just purchased the property in April. She wants to terminate, and she thinks that the drug activity outside of the property would give her the grounds to terminate the lease. She's going to open her own. She doesn't want her son to be around that type of environment. As I said, part of the property's been vacant for quite a while. That contributes to the problem in the neighborhood, actually, because when I met her there originally, the police were there at that time because someone had broken into the upstairs of the building and they were using it, you know. So she wants to get it cleaned up. She wants to move in it. She wants to operate a business. She wants to get her son over there. And actually, I mentioned to her, were it not for the fact she was trying to get 2 apartments, she can put an apartment on the second floor and move in and operate, because 1 apartment would be allowed there without having to have zoning board approval. But the second apartment changes it into a multifamily, which is conditional, and it had to come to the board. So that's simply, it meets all the requirements, and the community, I am aware that they wanted me to take a postponement. She The owner really doesn't have that kind of time. Her and her son are living with some friends over top of a store, waiting for this to get approval so she can get the permits to complete the work on the building. The second floor apartment is pretty much done, except for cosmetic work that needs to be done on it. In talking with the community, they have their concerns, and they're legitimate concerns. I'll let them explain it to you, and then I'll offer my solution.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nia Govan. I'm the Vice President of the Wilson Park Northern Neighborhood Association. Our primary concerns is the grocery store. They're already operating at the 4662 location, which is right next door to the vacant part. That is a crime issue, drug issue. The police are up in that store almost every day over the drugs. We have an elementary school at the other end of the block. Our elementary school kids are walking through that block daily to go to and from school, so it is a concern. Also, at the opposite end of the block, which is about 4 doors away from this current location, there is already a grocery store operating 24 hours a day, and that also has a loitering problem and a trash issue. We are concerned that if the applicant is able to put another grocery store on the first floor of the property, that it would still attract a negative element to the community. But I have neighbors here who could further attest.
Assume she boarded it up. Assume that there was absolutely nothing over there. Wouldn't that, just by its very nature, contribute to lawyering and crime problem?
I have not, the property that is currently vacant, I have not seen loitering in front of it, but I have neighbors who live closer to it who could better answer that question.
My name is Gloria Carroll, and in the neighborhood, in that area where she's planning on opening this store, it's horrible in that they just hang, meaning the drug dealers are just there all the time, day and night. And we just have a concern if someone moves in, that the same thing, it may get worse rather than getting better. So that's the concern that we have. We would like to work with her if it is that you're going to give her the permit. We would like to work with her, but we first wanted to meet her, talk to her, have her come to our association meetings, and kind of letting her know what our feelings are.
It
But
sounds
we
like
have
the situation she's in, she's sort of between places right now and kind of desperate to get into this place because she's staying at somebody else's place. And I guess she has a child, and so she wants to have their own home. And so that's why I think that it's kind of more of a timing issue, at least as I understand it, that doesn't really allow her to have the ability to delay the hearing so that she can have a discussion with you, although it sounds like she's willing to do that, but just not put this off until that happens.
If I may interject for 1 second here, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
You're saying exactly what I was trying to explain to them, and what I did offer was that she's willing to work with them to eliminate the problem, at least in front of her property, because she doesn't want her child to be exposed to it. However, pardon me, to give them some commitment to that, we're willing to have the board put a stipulation in any approval that she work with the community association to help resolve some of the crime issue.
Now, I know, Mr. Green, some of your other cases, and you've had in sort of these transitional or troubled neighborhoods that merchants who are looking to go into those locations have employed certain measures with their properties, enhancements to lighting, cameras on not just inside the store but on the outside, so that there's sort of something aimed out at the street, and lighting to make
I have no problem with the board putting that type
front
of stipulation.
of the
These are
store
the things that
more
we
clear.
would be discussing with them. I did also suggest that we would be willing to provide place inside one of the businesses for the police to set up a police station where they can come get free coffee, do the little paperwork, and have a presence there at certain times of the day when, their problem is there. We're willing to do whatever it takes to work with the community to resolve the issue, and we have no problem with the board stipulating that in any approval that they give. Our only concern was that with their time element, we weren't able to take a postponement.
Okay. Now, we can't really put a sort of amorphous condition on that one party work with another party, because it doesn't, it sort of creates some enforcement issues. It sounds like the owner is willing to come up with some tangible solutions, the things that they could incorporate into the property to make it both safer for her because she's living there with her child, and there's businesses operating there, and also safer for the community. It might be useful if you guys want to put together a list of things that you want to incorporate, and we can incorporate those requirements into any decision that we pass.
Okay, how do you all feel about that? Okay, the only real concern I have with your saying this, it's something that we could work towards. But in some cases, many cases, they can come here and say, we're going to do this, that, and the other. And it doesn't happen. It gets worse rather than better. I know that you're putting the stipulations there, but there's a trust matter because we don't know this person. She has not come forward to say, I'm coming into your community, and and she's not here. Where we can talk to her.
She may have some employment issue that might limit that, but if you come up with a list of things, so say you stepped outside and you worked for 15 minutes and you came up with 3 or 4 things that you wanted her to do, as far as you wanted exterior lighting, you wanted cameras facing the street, you wanted I don't know if you can be obligated to have a police substation there because the police department may not want to locate one there. But if you incorporate hours of operation, if you want to come up with some things that are tangible, and then come back and there's an agreement to that, we'll incorporate that into the decision that we would render in the case. Those things would all be conditions of her operation of the business. So if they were things that didn't come to fruition, so let's say the doors open up and everybody's like, it's a brand new day. I don't need to put up lighting, I don't need to put up cameras, I don't need to do all these kinds of things. Well, at that point, you've got the ability to go to the zoning administrator's office and say, this establishment was given a permit on some conditions, and those conditions aren't being lived up to. And the zoning administrator can go out there and verify whether they are or aren't being satisfied, and if they aren't, then you lose your permit. Well, she would lose her permit. So it gives you an enhanced position that you wouldn't be in now. So it might be useful if you want to step out for 15 minutes. I mean, I can skip over some other cases, come back to you guys. You've been here for 4 hours as it is.
Yes, we have.
If you wanted to step outside, put something together, and then come back in, we can then put that on the record and be done.
Are you willing to do that? Okay.
Okay.
We can do that.
Just let us know when you're ready to go forward. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. 2015-220, 6009, 6011, 6013, and 6017 Park Heights Avenue. Lisa Junker. Afternoon again, Ms. Junker.
Hello.
We have this as an application to raise the structures on 6009, 6011, 6013, and 6017, consolidate lots into one lot and construct 10 two-story structures to house 20 dwelling units, 2 dwelling units each. I guess that's each structure, with 20 off-street parking spaces. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
If all those intending to give testimony can raise their hands and be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this
Right
hearing
hand.
will be the truth, the whole truth,
Right
and nothing but the truth?
Okay. Do we have staff reports?
Yes, we have a letter from Councilwoman Ricky Spector. She writes that the Glen Neighborhood Improvement Association has had many meetings with the appellants and has had this proposal thoroughly explained, has had questions answered, and has had compromises made. After these discussions, the association approved the request for variance. I urge the Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals to heed the positions of the Glen Neighborhood Improvement Association and to approve this appeal. And we have planning's report.
Thank you. Planning Department reviewed this application, noted that it is a proposal to create 10 structures, each one a multiple family dwelling on a single piece of property that would be created by consolidation. Therefore, this would be a property which would come under the purview of the Planning Commission to authorize multiple structures on a residential lot. The department therefore recommends approval of the appeal, subject to the condition that the proposed development of multiple structures on a residential lot receives approval from the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Junker.
Yes. One of the documents that did not seem to get into the file is also the letter of support from the Glen Neighborhood Improvement Association, so I'd like to submit that. That is the basis behind Councilwoman Spector's letter and support as well. I believe a little over a month ago, we were here for zoning for approval on a multipurpose neighborhood center. It was the beginning of the development for a Colel community in the Park Heights 6,000 block corridor and some surrounding properties in that area. And the next step of that is the creation of residences for individuals who will be participating in the Colel program. And so that is what we are here before you today requesting variance approval and support on. And that is the basis of our appeal.
Okay.
We have been working with the community, we've been working with the planning department, we just got signed SPRC plans approved yesterday. I can't say that we physically have them because I don't think we picked them up yet, but we received notification that those are signed and approved for us to continue moving forward. Planning Commission would be the next step, provided that we have zoning variance approval today for the proposed 20 dwelling, 10 structure development for the residences.
Okay, and so what's being proposed is raising the existing structures, consolidating all of the properties into one large
Community,
parcel.
yes.
And then you're gonna have these 2 dwellings, 2 DU structures with, this is a drive, well no, this is.
There is parking provided for each structure. So if you look to the top of the site design, that's where all the parking is. There's 17 spaces to the north of the bulk. And then what we have is this entrance was required for fire access. And then we have 3 more additional parking spaces to service the community. So even though its presentation is a townhouse-like presentation, it's really a multifamily dwelling complex. And therefore, all the parking is provided to the northwest of the property.
Okay.
Okay? And that is the design that was preferred with the planning department to ensure that life and safety was met by being able to have adequate fire access to the sites in the event that there was a true emergency.
All right, and then there's a large sort of communal lawn area in the center.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, and then we have bike spaces proposed as well. We have dumpster design allocated to this. So all the details have been considered well in advance of the proposal coming before the BMCA. So that's it, unless there's specific questions or responses to neither opposition nor support, but it appears that there's additional information being pursued.
Sure.
Bob Rosenfeld, Colbert, Vance Rosenfeld. The only thing I'd like to augment, that Lisa did mention, is our next step would be to go to the Planning Commission for multiple structures on a lot. And as part of that, we will be obtaining, asking for final design approval, capital F, capital D, capital A. So we've just brought an architect on board, and he's working to flesh out the boxes into some design that we've agreed not to turn our backs on Park Heights, not to turn our backs on Taney, not to turn our backs on the alley, to architecturally design these structures to make it compatible with Park Heights Avenue and the grand corridors of Park Heights Avenue. So again, that architectural review will happen at Planning Commission. Whatever gets approved at Planning Commission as far as final design approval for the architecture, you know, we're on the hook for, we're responsible for. So, you know, the community, you know, there are teeth if we don't build it the right way.
Okay. And I forgot to ask you, you're amenable to the conditions stated by the planning department?
The Planning Commission, yes, if I'm correct, it's Planning Commission, yes. So that's affirmative.
Okay, and sir, your name?
Norm Dubin.
You can lift that microphone up if you need to. There you go. And you had said that, I guess before we started, that you weren't sure if you were for or against. You had some questions.
I'm not for or against it, but I do have concerns.
Okay.
And the concerns are there have been other large, large projects in the neighborhood which have been approved, and things change after approval. And I guess my criticism is towards the city for not monitoring or enforcing things that seem to have been proposed beforehand. And just some examples. There's a private school on the corner of Park Heights and Strathmore, and they had asked for expanding their parking lot, which was approved, and I have no problem with that. And plans were presented. It was going to be in a large green space where there were many trees, beautiful willow trees, and it was going to take up, in the proposal, half the lot. And that was fine. But as it turns out, for reasons I'm not sure, I think there were some city requirements about runoff. So what they did is they dug up the entire field abutting Park Heights Avenue and put in what looks to me like mounds of dirt and swamp. Okay. And this abuts Park Heights Avenue, which, you know, we're trying to keep as looking nice from that main boulevard. Another example is the house right across the street on Park Heights. This was an old apartment house, and the developer had approval to renovate it, and it.
Sir, can I ask you?
Yeah.
Can we focus on this project? I mean, I understand.
Well,
what you're saying.
this relates to it.
Well, show me how it relates to this project.
Well, I'm concerned about the city monitoring and enforcing laws after it gets approved here.
No, and you know, I hear what you're saying, but we're here today to deal with a land use issue for a specific project. And this board is not an enforcement board. There's other agencies that will do that if in fact we approve something and it's built differently or it's built improperly. But we're here for a specific proposal, and I would ask you if we could just focus on this proposal here, this address.
Well, I thought this related to it because this is even going to be a larger project than these others. And if it's not, I have no reason to believe that the developers of this project are going to take advantage of approval and go far beyond the approval. But I'm just telling you, I am concerned because of what has occurred within blocks of this project previously, within the last few years.
We hear your concern.
And whenever there's a approval of the board, one of the things that we're consistently concerned about is trying to come up with some way to ensure that there's compliance with whatever the board has decided. And I guess part of the reality is that the board isn't the enforcement arm of that. As Mr. Bonaventure said, that there is another arm of the city that's responsible for that. One thing that can be at play that may not sort of get noticed by observers is that there may be that decisions sometimes trigger other things. So in the example that you're talking about there, I don't really know the ins and outs of it, but from what you talked about, there was a parking lot that was expanded. And then you said that subsequently the remainder of the lot was dug up, and then then this swamp area was built. And what that picture shows to me is, yes, sort of a swampy area, but what it also shows to me is what's also known as a stormwater management area. And typically that is a requirement from other areas of either state or city law that may that may get triggered because of an increase in water runoff. So as a consequence of the parking lot being expanded, the property owner may have been required to employ stormwater management measures to combat the runoff. Now those are things that from an outside observer's eye may not come to notice, and thereby giving the impression that things have changed from what was proposed. But what has happened is that other pieces of the development process, and zoning is one of them, But other pieces of the development process dictate other things that happen, and those things that happen aren't things that either happen within this board or are the result of cavalier decisions by property owners, but rather shows the intersection of two areas of controlling law that intersect with development. But I do hear and appreciate your concern with the importance of ensuring that with whatever decision this board makes, and not just as to not just as to this case, but also as generally as to all of our cases, including those that you brought up there, that it's important that we be mindful of the ability to enforce whatever it is that gets passed as the result of our decisions.
I guess my point with this is it could have been anticipated that this was going to be necessary, and plans could have been made to make it look
stormwater management
for the
isn't
neighborhood.
Stormwater management isn't a part of the zoning code. Frequently, it's the requirement of the state, and there are different regulatory bodies in different areas of the law. Each one of the people who you see here in front of you on this board we're not full-time zoning commissioners, though a number of us are attorneys, and we are all generally familiar with zoning law, but we may not all be familiar with environmental regulations of the state, and those are other areas of law for other regulatory agencies, either within the city or outside of the city. Frequently, the planning department has oversight over some of those issues, but even there are issues that can be at play with development projects that are sort of even beyond them. So, as I said, there can be a number of variables that can be at play with respect to each of these cases that don't involve issues that touch on this board or touch on the issues necessarily that come before this board, but are at play because of other areas of law that the property owner has to comply with.
Okay, I just came here to express my concerns.
I understand.
And
frankly,
whenever these big projects occur, I always hope that it's going to benefit and make our community better. And I'm often disappointed after the project is completed or incompleted.
Okay. As I said, looking at the hour, I certainly do appreciate your personal dedication to seeing that point made. You've been here for some time for the express purpose of making that point. As far as this particular project and the benefits it may have for the surrounding neighborhood, just in looking at the aerial picture of what's there currently versus what is being proposed, I think that modestly there may be an improvement over what is currently there. It's not an area that I frequent, so I can't tell you, other than just simply looking at the aerial, sort of what I can see from however high up the aerials are taken. I think that being mindful of the sort of the ground level perspective of community members is something that's important for the board to always consider.
I do hope that it does improve the community. I just hope it's monitored and it occurs that way.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Good evening all, and thank you for your patience. I am Maxine Webb, the newly elected president of the Glen Neighborhood Improvement Association, and I'd like to say at the outset, thank you, Mr. Dubin, one of our concerned and involved community people. Glen is a community of, I think, 9,000 to 10,000 people, and we do not take this lightly. A project of this magnitude must be and has been monitored. We have gotten input from Ms. Clapsaddle and planning, input from Mr. Tanner's office, and we are constantly seeking information. Mr. Snyder has been wonderful with answering questions for us, and of course Q&A leads to more Q&A. And I would like to say we are diligently staying on our A game to make sure that what Mr. Dubin has said is not going to happen, but then we have confidence in Mr. Snyder that it won't happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Tanner, you look like you wanted to say something. Okay. All right. Ms. Junker, was there anything further or any input from your
No.
witnesses?
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, we'll recall 2015-217, 460 through 462 York Road. Daniel Green.
Everybody does.
Provides security.
Okay, Mr. Green, if you want to read that in. You folks, I guess, have taken an opportunity to step outside and try to reach agreement on some issues. So, Mr. Green, I'll turn it over to you to address.
Okay.
what your
Yeah,
discussions
we
were.
did sit outside. They came up with some suggestions that we're willing to have included in the decision. They don't want any drug paraphernalia sold at the store. They don't want any, they want exterior lighting at the front of the property, cameras. They are concerned about the hours of operation. They have 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. That's acceptable, and they don't want any loitering and no lottery machine. I don't know about that lottery machine, whether that's something that you can put in there, but they included that as well. But that's there, and I'll enter them in for your records, sir.
Are you representing that you're not willing to
The lottery?
advance to that?
Oh, we're.
Just for clarity's sake for everybody.
Oh, yes, we agree.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And folks that represented the content of your agreement?
Basically, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for all trying to work together to improve your area of the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Have a good evening. Next up, 2015-221, Affinity, 1704 Utah Place, Affinity Reservoir Hill LLC, care of John Diakolos. Calling again, 2015-221, 1704 Utah Place, Affinity Reservoir Hill LLC, care of John Diakolos. I did not. Okay. So, yes. Okay. And with that, we'll go off the record. All right. Were there any ones that we wanted to talk about?
One that I had was 411 East Bethesda. I'm leaning towards a no on that one.
The one down in Brooklyn. Yes, back when the sun was up.
Yeah. So, why that one?
So your thought on that was? As I remember, that was the one where they wanted to get rid of the commercial, or commercial, not commercial, but have 2 dwelling units.
Yeah, no parking at all. Yeah, it's got to be too.
Yeah. So he's got, so required lot area for 2 DUs is 1650. He's got 2500. Yeah, but there's no ability to provide parking.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we take the position it's an impossibility.
Yeah. And it's not one of the ones where we can't, it's not a zoning district where conversion isn't permitted. Twist your arm, okay.
163. Coffee shop.
Yes.
Wine and cheese.
What?
Wine and cheese.
Yes, yes, yes.
Go or not to go?
Not to go. I was of the mind to prohibit, if I got Mr. Kadinsky correctly, the owner was fine with that, but agreeing no sales of alcohol for off-premises consumption. He said that that would be permitted under their liquor license, but they were willing to forego that for zoning purposes.
Yeah, I was a yes with the no carry.
Carry out, yeah. Me as well, and I think that was, Martin, that's what you said that planning would need in order to change their position.
Yes.
Okay. On premises. And you also had conditions with that, as it was, right, for the, I've got, that's right. Yeah, that was that part. 209.
Bike shop. Bike cafe.
Yes. Yeah. As I understand it, there's actually no issue with parking because they're satisfying their parking by providing bike spaces. Query whether or not they're going to get all those spaces filled, but whatever. They've got 60 some odd bike spaces. I was a little bit, because it is in the middle of a residential zone, I heard the concerns as far as potential for noise. There always is the ability to come back after, I guess it was a year for modification. And so, I thought that some kind of restriction on hours would be useful. Exactly what those were, I haven't made up my mind.
I was thinking 11 on weeknights and 2 on the weekends.
I could do 1.
Okay.
So what other restaurants are in that immediate area? And what hours do they have?
There aren't really, but they are sort of between Fells Point and Harbor East.
Nobody's hours are like that. Not
Yeah.
as a restaurant.
Yeah.
Central Island
Yeah.
They're getting closer.
Closer.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the biggest thing that would enable enforcement based on the fears from some of the testimony about bar versus restaurant and how many taps they have, is that they have to comply with the definition.
In a restaurant, yes.
And that's not easy to do.
No.
If they operate like a bar.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
I do think
They've got a
there's-
lot of floor area to cover.
There's a lot of capability of enforcing it if it becomes a real nuisance.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly do they do in that instance? I mean, if they're trying to determine whether it truly is a bar versus a restaurant, I mean, do they really make them turn over receipts?
Well,
Yes.
yeah, and it has to be 50% food.
Well, yeah, but how is that determined?
We've
Do
even
they
asked,
make them turn over their food?
we even asked in one instance on the prior case to.
I know, but you know what that.
Yeah, what Martin was just saying was that they've got sales tax receipts
Mhm.
that they have to turn into the state. And
Oh,
so
okay.
they have to show on the basis of those, well, what they have to alcohol, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but what if Martin goes out, what if Martin,
Gonna really
We have
look at
to-
that?
what if Mr. French goes out to dinner and has a legitimate dinner, but his alcohol percentage
buys
is way
a-
higher than his.
He buys a hamburger, but then drinks like a fifth of
Right.
Jack Daniels.
Well, I mean, you can obviously have one or two or three or four, but, you know, in all.
Oh,
for
yes, it
years.
should even out.
I think enforcement is a major problem.
Right.
And they would have to go for discovery, and they would have to get serious about it.
And I don't think that's happening.
And it can happen if it's a real nuisance. I mean, they have to focus on it and really do it. That's not something easily accomplished. They would have to really be a bad actor to get to that point.
So the question is the restriction on hours?
11 during the week,
I
one,
think that's fine. I don't think it's unreasonable.
So we do 11 and 1 then?
yeah. Friday and Saturday.
Eleven's kind of early. I mean, kind of late for. I
Weekdays?
wouldn't want to hear that noise up till 11.
Do it earlier, 10?
I would think 10, since it's more residential than commercial.
Okay.
All right. And
Ten.
again,
I
as
had
Dave-
BGE jackhammering outside of
Yeah.
my window for the last 2 nights up until like 11:30 at night. And
See?
it drove me crazy.
The things you give up when you come out of your tower.
My ivory tower.
I also
Yeah.
have Ivory Tower.
Frank, the real opportunity is
I mean,
starting
I
an Uber bike
almost
service,
Yeah.
put some jeans
That's
on
right.
and went out there to tell them.
which is otherwise known as a rickshaw.
Right.
And I'm sure that they listen to you.
A lot of restaurants' kitchen stays open until 10 o'clock. I mean, that means you can place an order until 10.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're gonna close them down until at 10, that's a little restricted.
Well, it's only during the week.
I know.
Which means if it takes, I hear where you're going, if it takes an hour to shut it down, then you're shutting it down at 9.
Right. If you gotta close your doors at 10, then you can't take an order past 9 early, I mean, basically.
Okay.
So I'm saying.
I can go both ways on it.
Yeah. It's just my thought.
I wouldn't want all that noise at 11 on a weekday. Especially the poor guy.
We're trying to play basketball.
Yes, the basketball court /
I know,
movie
that's,
studio, music studio.
Who knows what that's all about?
Yes.
I can go.
What are
with that.
typical streets in Federal?
What?
What are typical streets in Federal Zone when you have the mix of residential and restaurants?
It depends on where you are.
Right.
Lots of
It's all
them
over the
are
place.
uses.
Yeah.
It's all
Um,
over the place.
Yeah, like you've got Ford Avenue, which is a commercial street, but you've got houses that are on it. So you've got,
And most of those
you know,
kitchens
right
look
on my,
fine.
right on my block, there are 3. Well, they're restaurants, really. I guess there's 2 taverns, with 1 restaurant. The taverns, they open probably 11. Well, one tavern probably stays open till 11. The other one stays open. It's more really just a bar, and they stay open until closing hours, 1 in the morning, whatever.
But the restaurants are usually not open.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what's comparable around the city, but.
And then if you're on Cross Street, it's completely different. Charles Street, I think that's another commercially zoned street.
I probably eat out 5 out of 7 nights a week, and I can tell you, most kitchens, most restaurants, you really can't, I mean, there are a few that stay open later, but usually by 9, those kitchens are
But do you
closed.
ride your bike there?
No, I don't ride my bike there, especially not until 2 in the morning.
I'll say that with, Order Up and E24 and all these other places, so there's more sort of delivery options that are available now.
Right.
Most places do close 9, 10 o'clock.
All right, that's good, 9 and 1.
Well, 10
10
and
and
1.
1.
10 and 1.
The 1603 North Patterson Park, the 8-foot high wood fence. They do operate a daycare. It's not so crazy.
Yeah, I'm usually the one against these high fences, and I'm okay with it.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nobody came in and had a problem with it, so.
Conditioned on buying rubber trash cans.
Well, by the way, they don't make, they're galvanized, they're not aluminum.
Aluminum, yes. That's right, the Union Avenue we postponed.
York Road with the conditions that
York
they agreed
Road.
on.
Yeah, I think you were okay, I was okay with
Yes.
the area.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Uh,
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
220, I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
All right. Ready?
Well,
That was pretty straightforward.
right.
Okay. We set? All right, 2015-115, 4001 Groveland Avenue. I'm a yes.
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 2015-145, 411 East Patapsco Avenue. I'm a yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
2015-163, 24 East Madison Street. I'm a yes with planning department conditions and with the condition that there be no sales of beer, wine, liquor, whatever, for off-premises consumption.
Yes.
Yes, with that.
2015-175, 32 North Chester Street, 32 North Chester Street LLC. I am a yes as to the revised application for a restaurant use only.
Yes.
Yes.
And with planning department conditions. 2015-194, 351 through 33 South Whittier Street was by consent, the planning department conditions. 2015-203, 1017 East Patapsco Avenue was postponed. 2015-207, 701 Bartlett Avenue, I'm a no. 2015-209, 511 South Caroline Street, I'm a yes with conditions stated by the planning department and with restrictions on hours, 10 p.m. Closed during the week, and Friday, Saturday, 1 a.m. close.
Yeah, we also want to add, and I think the appellant agreed with the sound.
Yeah, the sound dampening measures testified to on the record by the appellant.
Yes.
Yes.
2015-210, 1603 North Patterson Park Avenue, I'm a yes.
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 And that's as revised to a wood fence.
I'll say yes.
Okay. 2015-211, 1111 Dundalk Avenue was a no-show. 2015-214, 1710 Johnson Street was by consent. 2015-215, 1214 Union Avenue was postponed. 2015-216, 4703 Garrison Boulevard. I'm a yes as to the restaurant use only.
Yes.
Yes.
2015-217, 4660 through 62 York Road. I'm a yes with the conditions agreed to between the parties and to be incorporated into the record.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, Jeff, going back to 216, I think we ought to say something about the impossibility of parking.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Variance to 0 parking because parking is an impossibility in the lot. 2015-220, 60, 69, 6009, 6011, 6013, and 6017 Park Heights Avenue. I am a yes.
Yes.
2015-221, 1704 Utah Place was a no-show. 2015-223, 612 Cathedral Street was by consent with planning department conditions. 2015-224, 2500 West North Avenue was by consent and planning department conditions. 2015-225, 4426 Wrenwood Avenue was by consent with the condition that they comply with Code Section 14306. 2015-226, 2847 through 51 Huntington Avenue was postponed. 2015-227, 4229 Pimlico Road was postponed. And 2015-228, 317 through 19 Park Avenue was postponed.
See you all in 4 weeks.